Hello, everybody. Here is Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Lab, and I'm very happy to welcome everybody here at the conference Evicted by Greed, Global Finance, Housing, and Resistance. This conference is investigating how speculative finance drives the housing crisis, and today we are digging into the discourse of counter strategy and resistance. I'm also happy to welcome Lieke Plucher, that is the co-director of the Disruption Network Club, Elena Velianowska and Nada Baker, that work on the production, and Jonas Franki, that works on the graphic, Steph Lenk on the communication, and Ranav Adhikari on the streaming. So I also thank all the public for being with us. Today will be a great day in which we will try to understand how we can all make a difference by finding tactic strategies of resistance to eviction, and also to understand better how we can fight the real estate business and the global finance that is more and more acquiring the assets of our cities and the everyday life houses in which we live in. So we want to imagine possible intervention and also actions to produce critical knowledge to make resistance to wealth asymmetries as well. Yesterday, we were together with investigative journalists, with people working with data, and also with activists to understand better how this global finance work, in which way these data are hidden, and in which way we can understand how to make possible to uncover the discourse of global finance related to eviction and real estate. And today is a day that will be more political, in the sense that we will really try to understand how to make a change. So we have a long day until 9:15 today that Lieke is going to introduce. But before passing the word to her, I also would like to remember that if people are interested in the talks of yesterday, we also created some video contributes as a Disruption Network Club that are more in-depth editorial talks that you can already watch from our websites. They are also listed from the page of our conference, and you can also access them if you go on the URL disruptionlab.org/evicted-videos. Now I leave the word to Lieke, that will explain exactly better what is happening today and go through the program. And I will come back then to introduce the speakers of today for the first panel. Thank you.
Sorry, let's try that again. So, welcome everybody. I'm Lieke Plucher, and I'm the community director of the Disruption Network Lab. And I also found the mute button now and the unmute button. So I will talk a bit about the program that we have coming up today. So we will start first with the talk about the Deutsche Wohnen & Co. and Eigner initiative. And this will be with Volkan Sayman, moderated by Ella Kago of Supermarkt. And then we will follow with the keynote on how to secure housing as a human right with Leilani Farha and Justus von Daniels. And then we have the premiere of a short film that was made specifically for this conference from the Steal This Poster Collective. And this film is called Artivism and the Lucha e Siesta. And it's about the Lucha e Siesta squad in Rome. So we're very excited to have the premiere of this film today, starting from 7:10. And finally, we close off with the panel Subvertising and Fighting Tech Domination, Resisting Speculation, with Jonathan Miller of Berlin versus Amazon, Marco Clausen, co-founder of the Prinzessinnengarten and the Steal This Poster Collective. And also, of course, to mention that we will have another program tomorrow. So we close tomorrow with the Evicted by Greed program with a special tour. This is an online city tour called Visiting the Invisible, a Berlin city tour to anonymous and aggressive real estate investors. And this will be with Christoph Trautvetter, who also gave a talk yesterday. at our conference, and it will start from 5 p.m. at the same place of today. So then of course today you can also join us and participate via the chat, and you can ask questions during the talks. And Tatiana will also explain a bit more about how it works later on. And before we go on with the first talk, I want to also thank all of our funders and partners that made this event possible. So first of all, our cooperation partner, Transparency International, that we work together with. And then our funders, which are first of all the Senate Department for Culture and Europe from Berlin, the Riva and David Logan Foundation, the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, and the Checkpoint Charlie Foundation. And we've also been supported by a grant from the Foundation Open Society Institute in cooperation with OSIFE of the Open Society Foundations. And this conference also forms part of the Reimagine Europe project, which is co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. Then we would also like to mention our knowledge partners, which are the Netzwerk Steuergerechtigkeit and the Hermes Center for Transparency and Digital Human Rights. And for the city tour that I mentioned that's happening tomorrow, we did it in partnership with the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, so also many thanks to them, and to the Guerrilla Foundation that is supporting our activation community program. And finally, we also want to thank our media partners, Taz, die Tageszeitung, Furtherfield, and Ex-Berliner. So back to you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Lieke, and also I want to thank all the supporters from my side. And now we enter into the first event of today, together with Ella Kagel and Volkan Simon. So thanks for being here, both of you. I will first introduce Ella, that has been also co-operator of the Disruption Lab since a very long time. And also a friend, I have to say, because we share a lot in this city together in the field of art and technology, on project spaces. So I think we have also an history together of resistance. At the same time, as Lieke was saying, I would like to introduce the chat. This is important to understand for the people that are following us. There is a chat on our website where you can write your comments, write your resources, and share the activities you are doing. And most important, also to ask questions. So while we are speaking all together, you are free to interact in the chat. We have also a moderator from our side, that is Steph Lenk. She will answer to you on the questions you have, and then she will pose the questions to us in the panel, and Volkan and Ella will be answering live. So start already, think about your question, because there is also this moment of interaction. And now I want to introduce Ella properly. Then she's going to introduce Volkan. So Ella is the founder of Supermarkt Berlin, that is a space working at the intersection of society, technology, and also economy. She founded Supermarkt in 2010, and the Supermarkt became a very important place in town, bringing together digital culture and also collaborative economy. They always do very interesting initiatives, workshops, conferences, and is also a hub in which people can meet and share information about these topics that are also very important in the city, I would say. She also worked in the past as curator at Transmediale Festival between 2009 and 2011. And also she is a board member of Rechain Europe, that is a technology cooperative based in Berlin. So Ella, I'm very happy to pass the word to you to introduce the panel of today that, as Lieke was saying, is called Expropriate, Deutsche Wohnen und Co. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana, for the great introduction. And hi, everybody. I'm super glad to be here and to start the second day of the conference. And let me please introduce Volkan Simon. So Volkan is a sociologist, and he works at the Technical University in Berlin. His main strands of research are autonomous cars and their impact on public life and public space. And the second research strand he's following is, I guess, closely linked to Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. And that has to do with social coordination at scale and organizing democracy among people. So Volkan is supporting Deutsche Wohnen und Co. enteignen, Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. because it's a very powerful campaign that uses direct democracy to represent tenants' rights. And before he starts, let me just give a bit of context about Deutsche Wohnen und Co. and what makes them so special or infamous in the German housing landscape. So Deutsche Wohnen und Co. is a housing company, and they own around 150,000 flats and retail spaces, of which more than 70% are situated in Berlin. And they made really negative headlines over the past years by either neglecting or running down their own apartments, exposing the tenants to miserable conditions and just waiting until they would move out. And then another strategy that we see very often is renovating space and setting up new rent contracts with new tenants at a maximum price that is far from the original price that was put on the market. So Deutsche Wohnen und Co. aims at creating a referendum where basically assets that are in the hands of corporate landlords that own more than 3,000 apartments are being put back into the hands of people that will then manage these houses and flats by themselves. So Volkan is going to tell us more about Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. and he will share his ideas on how this might become a reality. Volkan, passing it on to you.
Yeah, thank you for the introductions and also for being invited to this very nice event. I want to say just a few things about what we do, why we do it, and how we do what we do. It's not very much. I think you know a lot already if you watched the other streams and the other talks. So we are a group, an initiative, which is a collaboration between different housing activist groups in this city, and we don't have any party or affiliation and so on. So it's a broad coalition, and this makes us very strong. We try to use direct democracy, and in particular Article 15 of the German Constitution, which was never used in the history of Germany, to expropriate the big landlords in Berlin. Every landlord who owns more than 3,000 flats and is profit-oriented will be expropriated according to our suggestion. This is what we want to do. We want to expropriate them. We want to transfer their assets to a public body and compensate them under the market value, because the valuation of these flats now is a fantastic thing. It's not a real valuation based on the real worth of these flats. And this is speculation, and this is also why we don't want to compensate these companies with the worth of speculation. So what are the main driving forces? I think if you go through the city with open eyes, you will see that this city has changed in the last years a lot. We have people moving to Berlin, around 30 to 50,000 people coming to Berlin every year. This city growing every year in this rate. We have privatization of big social housing units in the 90s, done by left governments to repay debts, which is a silly idea, but they did that. They sold more than 200,000 flats, which were social housing flats. We have a financialization, which means that the companies owning these flats today are listed companies, so you can invest in these companies, which makes housing a commodity on the financial market, and which transfers the pressure of generating profit to our local neighborhoods, which makes us even be forced to leave our houses and so on. You all know that, or just not to find a decent place to live in. These are the consequences. We also have an uneven rise in rents and incomes in the last years. People have to pay much higher rents than in 2008 and 2018, but the incomes are not rising in the same speed. Just to give you a number, rents rising 40% between 2008 and 2018 in Berlin, and incomes rising with 20%. So who is supposed to pay that? We don't know, and we don't want this to be like that. So yeah, now one could say, okay, expropriation, it's a funny idea, but completely utopian. It's not realistic. Why do you do that? We say, no, it's not unrealistic. It's not a funny idea. We don't do this for the sake of doing it. We do it because we think it's realistic. It's a policy option that we propose, and a policy option that has already had an effect on housing with the rent cap, for example. This is what we think. We think that this can become a real thing if we do. If we stick to the issue of expropriation within our campaign and do not connect it to too much different things. We are a campaign for the expropriation of housing units. We think that it can become real if we build broad coalitions also to politics, which means that being an activist does not exclude to have connections to politics, to sit with politicians at a table and to discuss things. Also with the real estate industry, I did discussions with the CEO of Deutsche Wohnen and so on. This is nothing we think is impossible, but we know who is our opponent, and we think strategically and tactically in these terms. This is what we do. And another thing why it is a realistic suggestion, we think, is that we don't want these flats to be nationalized. We want them to be socialized. This is a difference. We don't want a big state actor to be created out of this expropriation process. We want a public body to be generated, and this public body owns these flats if they become expropriated, and this public body will be managed transparently, democratically, and by the tenants themselves. And this is a big difference to nationalization, which often results in a very intransparent body, state body, with corruption and so on and so on. And this is also what we don't want to happen. Yeah. Let me give a last word. What are we doing? We are connecting people. We are empowering people in their neighborhoods to connect to their neighbors. We are informing people about their rights as tenants. We are empowering people to stand up against anonymous big financial players, which they don't know, which they cannot identify mostly, and which they cannot talk to. And if you are faced with someone you cannot talk to, you have to create your own voice and make it heard. And this is what we do. So we are organizing people in several neighborhoods all around the city. We try to activate them. We are organizing demonstrations. We are collecting signatures for the next step of the referendum. We are doing lots of media work, which I'm doing now. We are trying to connect with other organizations, trade unions, parties, the left and the Greens, and so on and so on. So we are a big hub for connections. We are a network which consists of networks and which is also connecting to other networks. And this makes us strong. And in the end, we want to create a public body which manages public property as a common good. And this is what we propose. We want a big player on the housing market in Berlin, which works like that. And this is not existing yet, and it has never existed before. And we think that this is a good idea. So far from me. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Volkan. I think it's highly interesting, not only because, of this direct response that you're proposing to the housing crisis and also to achieving social justice in that field, but also you are introducing terms that I would say are maybe not as common in our culture, and probably also not in cultures where, all over Europe or globally. So what I mean especially is the term expropriation or common good, because it seems to me that over the past decades we have been living in a time of economic growth, and maybe these factors have not been so widely discussed as they start to be introduced these days. So last year, when Kevin Kühnert, a German politician, sort of dropped the idea of expropriating large companies that are basically uncontrollable and dominate public infrastructure, then there was this huge outcry all over Germany. And people they just had to digest that a politician was actually proposing something like that. So I'm wondering, also with relation to common good, what do you think? What does it really take to change people's mindset to make this campaign successful?
Yeah.
What is your
question.
starting point?
Yeah, that's a good question, because for suggestions, stressing common good, stressing the social dimension of housing, for example, and so on, they get a bad image in the public because they are connected to socialism, to communism, and that's the big fear of the conservatives. And I think we managed quite well to place this idea as a legitimate idea, because we do not waste our time with discussions about socialism or communism. Is this the dawn of communism in Germany? It's not. Of course it's not. And this is a wrong discussion. Everyone who suggests that this discussion is relevant is stupid, actually. Is simply stupid. It doesn't make any sense. We propose one policy option on one field, and this is housing. And people understand that. People are so distressed from the housing market that they understand us putting this on the table as a strategic option to discuss more radical measures on the housing market. And this is understood by lots of people, not only the left and well-educated and so on. This is understood by a lot of people. This is even understood by the AfD voters who, according to polls, support us, a majority of them, because they understand what we try to do. And this is one thing about the media discourse and culture of common good. I think we were very successful in cultivating this term in the media landscape, and this is one big success of our campaign. Yes, of course, Kevin Kühnert and all this is also in this thing. Kevin Kühnert is the leader of a social democratic youth organization. So I don't wonder about someone like this proposing a social measure. It is ridiculous to be surprised by that. Yes, we had a phase of growth in Germany, but as you can see, real incomes in Germany are not rising, and this puts forward the question: who is profiting from this phase of growth? It's not the average people.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot. My next question is that while I fully agree, the term really seems to become more and more popular, expropriation, in the media landscape, and I also see that the campaign has been super successful in mobilizing people. But looking at local politics in Berlin, it doesn't seem to be that successful, because you have really managed to hand in, I think, more than 70,000 signatures from people supporting the campaign, right? But the Senate has not really responded to it so far. So they seem to drag on any decision making around the referendum. What has been your recent experience around that? And where does the campaign currently stand?
Yeah. So to have a referendum in Berlin means to go through 3 stages. The first stage is collecting 20,000 signatures. If you succeed with that, and we did that, as you said, we had 77,000, much more than we had to hand in. Then you go to the second stage, and between the first stage and the second stage, this referendum will be checked if the proposition of your referendum is okay according to legal and constitutional paragraphs. So, and we're stuck in this phase because there's the SPD in Berlin, which tries to block us by checking the legal feasibility of our referendum for a long time now, since 9 months. And the Green Party and the Left Party are supporting us, but they're also in a coalition, so they have their own power games within this coalition. But nevertheless, they support us, they give us infrastructural support and so on, and they try to pressure the SPD with us. And this is the current situation, and now we are being somehow invited to talk with the coalition. This is taking place right now. We are preparing that because the SPD wants us to change the text of our proposition. This is what we understood, and I cannot talk about more details because it's going on in the back doors or back rooms now. But we try to negotiate with them to put forward this referendum, because this is what we want. We don't, and this is even a non-binding referendum. So if we succeed in the end in the third step and have the majority of Berliners voting for expropriation, this does not mean anything. It's just a non-binding referendum, and politics is not forced to do anything with that.
Volkan, I would like to ask you, before we open up for questions in the chat, I'm really curious, because mobilizing so many people is in and of itself, it's a great task. So how did the recent COVID-19 pandemic impact your work? And how did you still manage to continue your campaign?
Yeah, it's difficult because we use public space, and we use gatherings with people to organize, and this is all impossible right now, which makes our work very hard. So we are also meeting in Zoom meetings. We have our plenary sessions in Zoom meetings and so on. Of course, this is all good to have, but it's not what makes us strong. And we planned a big demonstration in March, which was then postponed, and all this online stuff. It's good, but also this, of course, it's great, but it's not what it's about. It's about meeting people, being physically together, being face to face. And so we try to do what we can to do it online, and the rest we wait for COVID-19 pandemics and restrictions to be to be something of the past. Yeah, this is what we do right now.
Okay, thank you. I think we are ready now for taking questions from the chat.
Yes, here I am, and there are 3 questions. So the first question was interested in the process of the referendum and the collection of the signatures. This person is asking that they read that recently they filed a suit against the Berlin Senate for inaction after collecting so many signatures. And so they would like to know a bit more about the next steps for this campaign and what are you going to do now and how does it work with this suit. Then the second is, do you have a legal team in the group and do you have an idea how long will the process take? And the third one, have you had personal interaction with Deutsche Wohnen officials or leaders regarding your campaign?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to start with a lawsuit first?
Yeah. So as I said, between the first phase of a referendum and the second phase, the coalitions, the leading government coalitions, have to check the feasibility, the legal feasibility of this proposition, and they can take their time. There is no limit to check this. There are some referendums which are on their table since years, and this is how Berlin is coping with direct democracy in a not very nice way. But Bavaria is doing better. They have, for example, they limit the time in which this checking can take place. But in Berlin, it's not like that, and so we wait and wait and wait. And this is also why we filed this this lawsuit. It's a very normal thing if the administration takes too much time and remains passive, and you expect them to be active. You can do this legal step, and this is what we do, of course. It's nothing surprising. And the second thing is, this is done by the legal group in our group. Yes, we have some people who know about the legal stuff very well, who also have experience with other referendums from the past in Berlin, and they proposed to the plenary to take these legal steps against the administration, and this was then voted by majority by the plenary, and so we did that. Yeah, and it's very useful to have these guys and in our campaign, of course. The interaction question, yes, I had a discussion in a conservative newspaper forum in Berlin last year with Michael Zahn, the CEO of Deutsche Wohnen. Of course, they try to present themselves as as a company which cares for Berlin and which cares for the tenants, and they want a dialogue and so on. So it's always a bit tricky to talk to them on such a forum, because of course they want to be seen as a dialogue oriented, but they are not. Yes, we talked there, we had a discussion, it was okay, there was media coverage and so on. And yeah, I think this does not change anything, such a discussion. It's just a discussion, but it shows that we are able to talk with these people at one table. It shows that we are not some activists throwing Molotov cocktails and so on, which is not the case, which is not what we're organizing. Yeah.
I can also say there is still two questions that just came out now. One is how can we support the campaign? The other is, do you work on a proposal on how the organism that should take over Deutsche Wohnen should work as a governance scheme or as a strategy for the fair management of the housing stock? And I have also a question from myself, because you were mentioning that, of course, it's good to meet physically and do action for real when we are speaking about this topic. And I totally agree with you. We planned this conference to happen at the end of March. That was exactly the same weekend in which the big demonstration was going to happen in Berlin against eviction. And this unfortunately didn't happen for us, it didn't happen for them. That is why now we are doing this conference online. But speaking about that, I think in a sense was a real pity because there were a lot of organizations in Berlin that were supposed to meet and do actions during that demonstration. And I wanted to ask if in support of your campaign, you are also coordinating with other organizations in Berlin that are also fighting eviction. We know there are a lot of groups. We also ran a community workshop in the past before this conference with some of them. So in the question, I would attach this to the first question, how can we support the campaign? Because I think in Berlin there are also many groups that are with you, they are fighting on the same subjects. So I wonder how you are coordinating with them. So this, if you would like to answer.
Yeah. So the first question, the public body we imagine or we try to describe, it is one group in our campaign which is only doing this work of imagining the future of this Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts, we call it in German, public body. And there is a document, a big document, very detailed, describing this imagined future. And this document is unfortunately only published in German. But if you speak German, you can find it and you can read it, and you will find very much details about how we imagine this public body on 20 pages on our website. Yeah. So, yeah, how can you participate? You can just write us a mail and go to our website and write us a mail and say, hey, I'm interested in this organization. I want to take part. Our plenary sessions are free. If you take part twice, you are eligible to vote. If you go on the email newsletters, you will always be informed. If you go to the plenaries, you will take part. You will find easily people who introduce you into one working group, and then you can take part in it. And it's the nice thing about it. You can do everything. You can do the media coverage. You can design flyers, you can organize with other tenant organizations, you can do the grassroots organization and so on. So there are lots of tasks and lots of different people can take part in it. And lots of different people are taking part, which is also a nice thing actually. Old people, young people, men, women, whatever. So this is a good thing. Yes, and of course, we are not something new. Actually, we are a composition of actors in Berlin which already existed, and so we have very good connections to all kinds of organizations in Berlin. May it be the Mietenwahnsinn Bündnis, which is also again a coalition, and they organize the demonstrations. May it be the Left Party, we have good connections to them. The Green Party, we have good connections to them. But these connections were not created at once. These are grown connections in this city, which we use to push this referendum. Yeah.
Okay.
I can say there is an additional question that just came up, and then Ella, would be nice if you can also answer and give your feedback to what Volkan already mentioned. This question says, how would the expropriation be carried out? Would companies get some kind of compensation, and would some kind of cooperative take over the properties?
Yeah, of course. You cannot expropriate legally without a compensation, and this is a very important question. And we have produced a document where we show different ways to calculate the compensation. So you can compensate symbolically. You can give them €1 and take the property. It's possible, but this is not what most people in our organization want. We want a compensation based, and this is quite difficult to tell you now. You can read it, but we want a compensation which is based on fair rents. So the calculation of this compensation is not based on a speculative worth of the flats. It is based on what the flats would be valued like if they would be if they were rented as on a fair price. So this is something different. The Deutsche Wohnen and all the other companies, they value their assets based on speculative worth, 20 or even 30 times the worth they have right now. And this is not how we would calculate this compensation, because it's silly. Yeah.
Ella, would you
Because
like
if
to
we
follow up?
Yeah, it's I have so many questions, and because I really find this topic super interesting, because there are so many different components to it. There's the social coordination and how it's organized. I think it's super interesting, not only on a national but also international level, because I'm sure there are other groups in other countries that might work on similar campaigns. But also for me, and this is what I would like to come back to maybe towards the end of our conversation. It's the narrative, right? And it's also the way how this discussion is being carried out, because we can discuss that on a political level. We can discuss it on a meta level where we talk about governance concepts. But let's maybe bring it down to a very basic level of human rights, because that's basically what this whole discussion, in my understanding, is all about. And I think that one of your basic arguments is that living is a basic need, right? And it's indispensable in every respect for being human. And I sometimes really wonder where this argument is, in this entire debate around rent prices and housing, because all the arguments are merely political or economical. But what about this component, and how do you try to sort of reintroduce that to the public discourse?
Yeah. So it's not so easy question, because if you want to bring into the debate the very essential point that housing is a human right, you cannot do it only by saying that housing is a human right. Of course you can do that, but this will not be so interesting for lots of people. So how to make it interesting to say that this is a human right? This is the question, actually. And we think, what we do is to create a consciousness that the current situation, how housing is managed, is not at all taking care of human rights. So if you look at how it is organized right now, it is not at all based on the value of saying that housing is a human right. So first of all, to make this human right argument more popular, you have to show that the current situation has nothing to do with human rights. And this is how people may approach this kind of thinking about housing as a human right. If they are conscious about how we organize this very, very important good in a privatized way and even in a financialized way. And yes, and this is the opposite of human rights. I think this is you have to do it very contrastive. You have to create the contrast between human rights and housing and not human rights and housing. And if you succeed with that, and we succeed with that, this is of course implies some kind of populist argumentation. Also, this also implies to be very clear, to be not to talk too much about this and that, and all is complicated. No, it's not that complicated. If you want to see it, if you want to make an argument for housing as a human right, then it's not that complicated. It's not that complex. And if you spread this kind of message, people understand that.
I really think that's also what makes a campaign so interesting, but also so complex, right? Because you really have to play on many different levels, and also on the level of reintroducing a narrative and terms that people are not necessarily confronted with every day. And I think that's a great piece of work to do that. I'm also interested, maybe, just as a last question, unless there are more questions coming up in the chat, but I noticed that some people asked about the cooperative model, because we touched on a little bit about the governance structure of the public company that would then basically steer all these housing assets. And the first thing that come to people's minds is the model of a cooperative. So can you quickly maybe wrap up in what ways your governance model differs from a cooperative, or maybe is it a cooperative model? Just give us a few hints on how this might look like.
I think it has some differences to the in relation to the cooperative model, because our public campaign would be huge. It would have lots of power. It would have more than 200,000 flats out of 1.9 million flats in Berlin, which is more than 10%. So it would be very difficult to have this organized by some kind of cooperatives model, which would be nearly impossible, I guess. What we propose is a subsidiary style of organization. So what can be managed on the local level, on the most local level, should be managed on the most local level. And the things which are difficult or impossible to manage on the local level, they can be managed on a level higher than the local one. And so what we propose are some councils, tenants councils, on a house scale, on a regional scale or Keats scale, and on a scale of the whole public body. And these tenants councils will consist of tenants who are voted by other tenants to represent their interests in the public body. And these tenants councils are one element. There's also a board of directors, and this board of directors will have a majority of tenants from the tenants council, so they are voted directly. They will have representatives from the state, from the city society, which will also be voted directly, and they will also have employees within the public body. So the board of directors, which will take the most important decisions inside of this public body, will have a majority of representatives from the city, of tenants, and from employees in this public body in relation to politicians. And politicians will also be in the board of directors, but they will be in the minority. This is what we propose.
Okay, Volkan.
Yeah.
I think now it's, I know we could go on for a really long time. It's been super interesting. Thank you so much. Good luck to the campaign. And thanks everybody for watching our talk. And I think we reached the end of our slot.
Yes, I also want to thank the both of you and mention also two things. One is that we are planning an encounter of physical bodies as well on July the 30th. We want to show a film Push that we also discussed yesterday from Frederick Gerten. So there will be the possibility to meet all together and also discuss these topics the 30th of July at Akud. And at the same time, since we were mentioning the discourse of human rights related to eviction, I also would like to take the occasion to announce what is happening after this talk. At 5, we will come back for the human rights solution tackling the housing crisis, together with Leilani Farha, that is the global director of the Shift, and was also the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing, moderated by Justus von Daniels from Corrective. So there we will really discuss how the discourse of eviction can become a human right. So I would like to welcome everybody to come back at 5. And then most of all, I want to thank all of you that have been listening, and Ella and Volkan for this great discussion. Thank you very much, and keep the fight going. That is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our conference, Evicted by Greed, Global Finance, Housing and Resistance. And we are now starting with the keynote, the human rights solution, tackling the housing crisis. My name is Lieke Ploeger. I'm directing the community program of the Disruption Lab. And we're very happy to have this keynote today because we're bringing in conversation Leilani Farha, who's the global director of The Shift and the former UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Housing, a position she's actually held since 2014. So she will have a lot to say from that. And Justus van Daniels, who's the editor-in-chief of Correctief. So they'll be discussing today how civil society can be directly involved in fighting real estate speculation, and also which measures can be adopted to guarantee the right to adequate housing on a global scale. And just to remind everybody of how it works with this online conference, we also have a chat, which you can access via our website. And you can participate there with any comments you have or links to other resources you want to share. And of course, you can also ask questions to our speakers. And it would be great if you can post already your questions during the talk and not all towards the end, because we are trying to collect them and then we can post them in the moment of Q&A with the audience. And also, of course, you're happy and welcome to introduce yourself in the chat, because we're also interested to hear where everybody's coming from who's joining us today. So yeah, we hope to see you also online there. So I will briefly introduce Justus van Daniels. He's the editor-in-chief of Correctief, which is the first German language-based non-profit newsroom. And he joined Correctief in 2015 as an investigative reporter. He leads the long-term crowd-based project Who Owns the City, which so far has run in 9 cities in Germany with local media partners. And before he joined Correctief, Justus worked as a freelance journalist for Tagesspiegel and Die Zeit. And he's a trained lawyer and worked also 2 years as a postdoc in New York and Princeton. So yeah, welcome Justus, and handing over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us as Correctief to this conference. And I think this panel shows your fascinating work to make this possible in these strange times. So you put everybody together in Berlin, in Ottawa, and the audience wherever everybody sits. And I think this is a wonderful thing that you still made this possible. So I just want to thank you very, very much because the housing crisis, was kind of overwhelmed, of course, like many, many other important topics right now by COVID-19, obviously, but it's still a pressuring and very important topic. I think the last 2 years were kind of very decisive for the housing crisis discussion or for the debate, because in the last 2 years there was a lot of efforts and also like some first successes to analyze the housing market, which was mainly unknown for most of us. Who is behind all this, the housing market, but also like in triggering the first changes to change the way how the housing market is organized. So from our perspective, before COVID-19, there was kind of a momentum to trigger change or to work for really structural changes in the housing market, I think in Germany, like in many other countries, because many different sides organized in the housing market understood that there's something to do, that we cannot really let this market be as it is. So I think this debate today, in this weekend, but also like in the near future, should actually take up this momentum again and to take it to the next steps, because this is now the time. So I'm a journalist, so my perspective actually on this topic is, of course, to uncover stories. But our understanding as a journalist for Correctief, which is a non-profit newsroom, is also like to kind of provide the public with information in context, with the aim of enabling the public discourse. So making it simple, with more information, we can act better. So this is kind of our perspective why we actually started projects like Who Owns Berlin and Who Owns, like in 8 other cities where we still are working. So we will hear a little bit in this panel about this, but I think it will be much more important today, it would be my wish actually, if we could actually concentrate on a debate how to organize this change now. So what are the key questions and who are the key figures to ask or to demand changes? And I think it would be very, very helpful if we can take some steps into this direction. And that's why I'm so glad that we have not only a very local perspective, which is our perspective, but a really global perspective, which is the perspective of Leilani Farha, which is here today, and so who worked for 6 years as the United Nations rapporteur for the housing market. So she knows on a global scale where the problems are, the overlapping problems, but also like the differences. And I think it would be very nice if we can find, some elements which are similar in the markets. And I think you found, Leilani, you have a very strong voice on the topic of financialization of the housing market. And I'm pretty sure that this is a very, very important topic. I'm actually very curious about to hear what you have to say. So I would like to hand over to you for a short statement from your side.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thanks to the organizers for, as Justice said, making sure this conference happened regardless of the coronavirus. I actually was saying we were having a little chat before we went live, and I was saying that this conference was the highlight for me of 2020, and it still is the highlight for me of 2020. I think back to when I was first appointed rapporteur, and the idea of such a conference was impossible. I mean, the conversation was just not happening to the same extent that it is now. The knowledge base has deepened immensely. I mean, people have been working on these issues for some time and researching, but the knowledge base is quite deep now and quite varied from country to country. It's not just one or two countries now. There are many research activities going on around the financialization of housing and the housing crisis in many countries around the world. We're in a different landscape, and this conference is suggestive of that. That we've reached a new consciousness and a new awareness that we have to really start coming together and challenging what's happening. So just a huge applause for the organizers. I guess I want to say a few things. As I said, the financialization of housing, or the treatment of housing as a financial instrument, a commodity, a way to leverage capital, a way to park capital or hide capital or grow capital. This financialization of housing has become understood as very much part of the housing landscape in cities around the world. And really it is a global phenomenon. As rapporteur, I had the privilege to really have the global stage as mine. And I realized everywhere I went, this was playing itself out. It looks different in different contexts, rest assured. What I saw in Egypt is different from what I see in, for example, Berlin or Barcelona. What I saw in New Zealand, surprisingly, was quite different than what I see in Western Europe, for example, or in North America. Even though everyone knows New Zealand has like one of the hottest real estate markets in the world, it's not the same financial actors. So it's quite interesting, but the phenomenon repeats itself in just different ways, and it manifests differently. I'm very happy that there is this growing awareness. And even in my own country, in Canada, when I first became rapporteur, no one was talking about this issue. And now it's just par for the course that this would be part of how we discuss the housing crisis in this country. What I see a little less of is an understanding of how global this phenomenon really is. And not just that it's happening around the world, but that the actors are truly global actors. So I still see let's say, local communities struggling with who they call a landlord. And I mean, I actually refuse the term landlord when we're dealing with an asset management firm or a multi-billion-dollar private equity firm or a multi-billion-dollar pension fund. These are not landlords. These are financial actors. They're big capital. But I still hear communities referring that way. They don't always know how big the actor is right away. And that the actor is itself global. So the phenomenon is global, but the actors are global as well. And so we still need to understand that. And for me, that's why we also need a global response. This plays itself out locally, so we need a local response. And the grassroots activism around this is essential. We won't make change without that. But we also need a global response. And that's why I started the shift, the global movement to secure the right to housing. It was that motivation. A global phenomenon, global actors, global response that draws on all of the amazing local activism that's happening, that uses that as its understanding and its base. The second thing I don't see so much, and we can talk much more about this later, but I don't see enough human rights concern. And that's the game changer here, in fact, because while, dirty money or money that needs to be hidden is a problem, and tax evasion is a problem, where real estate is being used to hide money or where real estate is being used to leverage money and grow money, we're in a different ballgame, because housing, unlike other things where money can be hidden, is a human right. And that changes the nature of what we're talking about entirely, in my opinion. Because when you enter the domain of a human right, governments have different obligations and responsibilities. They have legal obligations and commitments that they've made by ratifying international human rights law. And so where I really want us to move is to an understanding of why this is so what makes it different when money is hid in gold versus when money is hid in housing, or when money is made off of steel, when money is made off of housing. And there is a difference, and the difference is what governments can do and what they're obliged to do. But we can get into more of that later. I'll end there.
All right. Thanks so much, Leilani. And also from our side, we're so happy to have you with us today at the conference, even though it is virtually, but we're very excited to have you here for the keynote. So before we're going to show the keynote, which is actually a recorded video that Leilani made for us, we will first show also an introductory video that Justus von Daniels made. And this is about an important project that Correctiv has been working on, which is the German crowdsourced project, like Justus already mentioned, Who Owns Berlin? It was also run in 8 other cities, and it's based on community-powered investigations that are collecting data to gain a better understanding of the German housing market. So over to the video of Justus.
Hi, thank you very much for attending this session, in which I will give you a short tour on our journalistic investigation, in which we involved thousands of citizens to answer a fairly simple question, which is, who owns the city? We did this project in various cities in Germany already. So just to give you an example, we did this in Hamburg already. We did went to cities like Düsseldorf, even smaller cities like Lüneburg. And of course, we also did this investigation in Berlin. So this shows this project, Who Owns Berlin, should serve as an example in this session to tell you a little bit more why we actually involved all these citizens, what we achieved, and what were the consequences of our investigation. The housing market crisis, as you all know much better than we do, is a global phenomenon. It affects all corners of the world, from the large cities in the United States, like San Francisco, New York, Europe, even smaller cities. It affects people in Asia, so it's everywhere. But it has always different local implications and local challenges. The reason for the housing market crisis are manifold. I think one major reason, which is undisputed, was the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. So after this crisis, the financial market looked for new ways to invest money, and the attractive housing market in the cities especially was a very stable and profitable way to invest a lot of money. So there was a huge influx of money in the cities. On the other side, there was hardly any control by the local authorities what this means or how this money actually affects the market. Because on the one side, if you have like a lot of companies who are expecting a lot of profits, you have on the other side people living in the apartments which are affected very, very directly by these kind of profits, because profits in the housing market are only possible if rent prices are rising and property prices are rising. This is something you all know, so I don't want to go into this deeper, but want to tell you a little bit more about the local implications and the local challenges here in Germany. In Germany, unlike in other European countries, we have a very peculiar situation because there's a huge intransparency of the housing market. This is due to a lack of openness of the land registry. So there's no public access to the land registry in Germany, and we have a very poorly developed transparency register for companies. So it is in Germany more or less unknown who is actually in the housing market, which kind of companies are in the housing market. So this is not only a problem for the public, that we cannot hold companies accountable for if they do something which they're not supposed to, but it's also a problem for the local authorities, for the cities, who just don't know who is actually investing money in their market. So in these cities, the local authorities don't really know the ratio, how many state-owned companies, institutional investors, private investors are in a city. They cannot really follow if there are hints on money laundering or tax avoidance. They cannot really follow and punish companies or persons who are in this field of wrongdoings. So for them, it is very hard to know about, but it's also like for the public, more or less impossible to get into a political dialogue how to regulate the housing market, because if you don't know who is in the housing market, you cannot really take political steps or discuss concrete measures to do this. So this was mainly the reason why we as a journalist thought, we need more transparency, not only because it's important for our work, but it's also important for the general public. As we cannot really find out more about the land registries, we had to go and find other ways how to learn more about the structure of the market, of the ownership in the cities. So that's why we came up with the idea, why not asking the tenants who live in the apartments, who know who the owner of the apartment is, and to gather as much information as possible, so we can actually investigate and also publish stories based on the knowledge of the citizens. For us as Correctiv, this was not a new strategy, because we developed a platform a couple of years ago, which is called the Crowd Newsroom, which is an online platform designed to get structured information. So what we actually try to do is asking the people not only for in a form of a survey for information about ownership, but also like asking them to upload proof of their information. We started this project, Who Owns the City, about 2 years ago. Now we are in many cities. You see this, so it's like 9 cities in total at the moment. But the biggest project we did was the project on Berlin. So Who Owns Berlin? Berlin, of course, is a very dynamic market. It's especially interesting because the prices of apartments used to be pretty low, like 15 years ago, but there was a steep rise in the last 10 years. So rent prices went up like 100%. If you wanted to get a new apartment, and you had a lot of new players coming into the city because it was so attractive for investments. To do a project like this, this kind of crowdsourcing, is more than just gathering information from the citizens. We also wanted to get the citizens involved in a long-term debate about the shape of their city, how to regulate the city, how to actually demand political measures from the politicians. So we actually went out on the streets, organized public debates. In other cities, we organized picnics with mayors. We opened up newsrooms in stores. So we tried to be accessible as possible to the citizens, but also to engage them into debates which they are then leading. So it was a kind of a 2-tier project. So to get the citizens involved into something, but also to ask them for valuable information. We ask actually quite a lot from them, because we ask them to prove the information they give us. We ask them to upload a copy of the rent contract, or of a document which actually shows who is the owner of the apartment. We ask them to share stories which they had. So there was actually quite a lot of involvement of these people. And in Berlin, we were able to get, more or less about 4,000 participants in the crowd newsroom who actually gave us information about their situation. So here you can see how the crowd newsroom looks from its side. So from the internal, from the side of for the journalist, you see that we get a structured information we work with, and over a couple of months we set up a team of both newsrooms, Korrektiv and Tagesspiegel, to go through these data and to try to get a bigger picture about the market structure in Berlin, and to kind of distill some stories out of this, which actually explain a little bit a little bit about the market structure. So I will give you 4 examples of what we did. So one was the example of anonymity. So we actually found out that we have had several entries which gave a similar name of names of companies which looked quite similar but were not the same. We got hints from a tenant initiatives that there might be a company behind it which owns more than 40 companies in Berlin which own houses, but which are not known to be one company, and the owner is far away, behind a cascade of other companies in offshore countries. So we, with these hints, we went to the land registry, and we were able to trace all the apartments, all the companies which looked similar, and we found out there were about 3,000 apartments here in Berlin owned by a similar structure of companies. The second team traced back these companies and could find that they were all kind of traceable to offshore companies back in the British Virgin Island. And we had, through a coincidence, we really could find out who is the owner of the offshore company in the British Virgin Islands. So we could actually show, in this case, how anonymity works and how easy it is to hide the fact that you can be an owner, one of the biggest owner of apartments in Berlin, but nobody actually knows about. A second story we did was about the large owners in Berlin. So the largest companies. We actually measured the 10 to 15 the largest companies in Berlin, which own most apartments, and we tried to compile or find all the companies which are sub-companies of these large companies, and we provided a service to the reader that they could type in their owner of their apartment and try to find out if this company is actually a part of one of the real large housing owners in Berlin, so that you can see actually how big these big companies actually are, even if they are because sometimes they don't appear in all the rental contracts as the mother company. Another story was based on the institutional investors. This was especially interesting because it shows something about the economic structure, how the market works in this peculiar way. So the institutional investors, like pension funds or insurance companies, are shareholders of other companies, of housing companies. And we could show that the big pension funds, for example, have shares in all the big housing companies. So that's actually a big network, which is which goes back to a very small amount of shareholders. But who are behind these shareholders? So if a pension fund is investing money, they are investing money for normal people like you and me who might have pension fund. So this story was also about to show the effect that we are also in an intermediate way demanding the profits and are kind of raising, are also like participants of this market. Another case was the role of the state-owned companies. So in Germany, you have a lot of the cities own apartment companies, housing companies. Through a lot of Freedom of Information Act requests, we could find out how big they are, in which neighborhoods they have their apartments, but also which properties the cities is actually selling to private investors for developing new buildings. So in Hamburg, for example, we could show that there was one property for 2 new buildings, which was sold for 40 million euro to a private company. Why was this peculiar or special? Because Hamburg officially states that they want to sell these state properties to companies which give a kind of sustainable concepts to develop apartments. But in this case, and as many other cases, we can prove that they just sold this for the highest bid. Of course, it was a very, very huge company who actually bought this very, very small property for 40 million euro. We did this investigation in Berlin, but we also did it now in 9 cities, and in all cities, it had different implications, different results, led to different kinds of debates. But it was very, very important to do this project on a local basis, because you can really see the differences between the cities and also the needs, what to regulate. So in Berlin, you can see that there's a demand to regulate not only the kind of transparency issues, but also to regulate the markets in terms of controlling money laundering, also like tax avoidance in other cities. It was about other aspects of regulation. So this project shows actually how it can be used for every city, not only in Germany, to shed some light on these particular issues in the particular market of a city. What can we actually learn from this participatory approach? We can learn that you could actually bring a kind of a flashlight into these cities, not only a torch by having a very specific investigation, but also like to show a little bit more about the market structure as a whole. And we can see that in Germany, for example, there's a huge demand, of course, to regulate, to control and regulate the real estate market, but also to tackle the problems of tax avoidance, also to discuss, the role of institutional investors. You can do all this, but this can only be done on the basis of knowledge, of facts, of information. And this is something I think we can take from this project, is that you need transparency to actually get the people and the public into a political debate, so they can actually discuss the right measures, how to tackle all these problems around the housing market crisis. So I hope I could give you some insights into this project and why actually we ask so many citizens to participate. So I hope this could work as an inspiration for other similar projects as well. And I hope you enjoy this fascinating conference. Thank you very much for your patience. Great. So I'm just continuing. I just realized that I have the same shirt on, although this has been recorded a long time ago. Sorry. So I would like to take this little tour from a local to a global level, Leilani. So so what we saw in our project, we saw a lot of local initiatives who were working with us, but we also discovered a lot of initiatives, and they even didn't know which other local initiatives also exist in Berlin. So it was really, really fascinating to see what kind of great work they do. They are most of them have troubles with their landlords, but still they invest so much energy and time in trying to find out or trying to improve their situation. But what we really saw with these initiatives, most of them are very small. Most of them have very particular problems, and some of them are a little desperate. What to achieve, where to turn to, what to do. So that was a very interesting and very important observation, I think, which we made. You mentioned in your initial statement the human rights dimension of the housing market. I would like to ask you what kind of advice you would like to, or you would give to these small local initiatives, how they can actually turn their demands into actual policy, how they can turn their little observations into bigger solutions, and where the issue of human rights actually comes in, because I think it's so essential, because it has been overlooked in the debate for so long that housing is a human right. There is an article in the United Nations Convention But I'm wondering how this kind of can be translated into something. So that would be actually my question to you
Sure.
on this.
Sure. Thanks, Justice. First of all, I need to say your work and the work of the collective is phenomenal. And in actual fact, it should be scaled up across the world. I mean, I love your work from beginning to end, because it wasn't just, can I call up some academics and get them, or property law lawyers, and get them to figure out who owns the city, which was one, you could have gone that route. But this galvanizing everyday people and relating this back to them and getting them engaged is amazing. And I really just really huge kudos to you and your colleagues and those who support you, because I'm already thinking, okay, how I have a project in Canada about bringing the human right to housing to the local level. What does that look like? And already I know that one of the things now I'm going to make sure happens is some local audits. And I would include, that's my short form for what you are doing, but who owns the city? And then also what we don't have in Canada, for example, is an audit of empty units. Who owns the empty units and how many empty units? We don't have this. We don't have these numbers at our fingertips. So that's just my preambular. So a huge thanks, and I hope we will continue to be in conversation so I can keep learning from you. It's such a good question, and I will say, as rapporteur and in my advocacy life before and after, often what happens is you hear of these very small, what seem like small issues, the minutia of being a tenant. My landlord doesn't clean the hallway. My landlord is spraying insecticide and it's bad for the tenants, and the issues seem very micro. And one of the things, of course, that we need tenants to start doing is to find out who their landlords are. So that's the first step. And the minute you do that, and you realize that in fact your landlord is a corporate entity, this huge actor, it does immediately change a tenant's feeling about their situation. It sometimes makes them feel smaller, actually. I do think it's really important to link the personal experience with the structural issue, because often there's a structural issue at play. Mostly what I hear from tenants is that their rent is going up for a variety of reasons and they can't afford to live there anymore. And that's a key aspect of the right to housing, is affordability under international human rights law. So then you open up the human rights analysis that way. So it's like, for example, when I hear about these cases of Achilles and many others, Blackstone and Starlight, and I mean, there's so many, Vonovia, I often hear the first issue is affordability. The second issue is habitability. In other words, often the owner will make it unpleasant to live in the accommodations through construction and hostile kind of environment. Heavy fines and fees for everything. If you do anything wrong, you put a plant in the wrong place, you can be fined in some places by these corporations. So all of that is a habitability issue, also an element of human rights. And so then your analysis it lifts up from the minutia and it becomes a little bit more structural. There are, in fact, mechanisms within the UN human rights system that people can use, NGOs can use to hold governments accountable. But at that very micro level for the tenant, sometimes it's easier to just go to local government and say, we have human rights. Here's what's happening. How do you justify? Because you, as a local government, have international human rights obligations too. And so that's sometimes much easier for tenants to do. But tenants have to come together. It's very difficult for one tenant to do. It has to be through a tenant association or groupings of tenants, because there you find solidarity and you realize, it's not my personal failure that has me in this situation. Housing is a weirdly intimate and private thing. People are very embarrassed when their housing isn't proper. They think it's because of something they've done. It's a strange thing. I've learned that over this 6 years for sure. People are very humiliated when their housing isn't great, even though it has nothing to do with themselves. So I'm going to stop there because I think I'm out of time for the answer.
Right. Okay. Maybe we take this as a good point to show your statement and to your keynote, so we can actually transpose the whole debate into a global scale.
I'm Leilani Farha, the Global Director of The Shift and the former UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Housing. The Shift is a global movement to secure the right to housing, and it's undertaken in partnership with the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, as well as with an international network of cities and local governments called UCLG. Our aim is to get governments, private actors, advocates, and others to shift and embrace housing as a human right and challenge housing's commodification. I'm so disappointed that the Evicted by Greed conference is not proceeding in a face-to-face manner. I do hope that we can convene sometime at the end of 2020 or in 2021. The global pandemic has presented us with a central contradiction. On the one hand, COVID-19 makes everything that came before it seem somehow irrelevant. And on the other hand, COVID-19 lays bare that everything that came before the virus must now be addressed if society is going to survive. And this is particularly so in the area of housing. Let me begin by talking about what came before COVID-19. In fact, let's go all the way back to the 60s and the 70s, when housing was viewed quite differently than it is today. During that time, in many countries around the world, housing was viewed as something that could provide individuals and families with security, with personal security, but not necessarily with wealth. Governments played an active role in housing through legislation and policy, ensuring that a variety of housing options were available to those with diverse household incomes. So home ownership was available, rental accommodation, and public or subsidized or social housing were all options. Homelessness and the unaffordability of housing as known now did not really exist back then, and certainly didn't exist on today's scale. Without painting too rosy a picture, housing was generally understood as a social good, and it was aligned with an understanding that housing is a human right for all, a place to live in dignity. Fast forward to 2018. Global real estate represents nearly 60% of the value of all global assets. And residential real estate is now big business. In fact, it's the biggest business of all businesses, valued at $163 trillion US, which is almost 3 times the total of the entire world's GDP taken together. Housing is now invaded by financial actors, banks, asset management firms, pension funds, private equity firms, shareholders, and rich individuals, all of whom view housing predominantly as a place to park excess capital, of which there is an abundance. What's particularly disturbing is that much of this investment preys on the misfortune of others. Private equity firms have been circling the world looking for cheap debt that they can buy at a discount, debt that comes out of foreclosures, for examples. They're looking for underprivileged or undervalued neighborhoods sitting on land that they think could be more highly valued. And why do they do this? For guaranteed returns, profit, money. Let me give you an example. Take Blackstone, the world's largest private equity firm with $100 billion of real estate in their portfolio. Blackstone has bought up thousands and thousands of foreclosed homes and affordable rental apartments in the US, Spain, Ireland, parts of Eastern Europe, the UK, etc. They now have a controlling interest in India's main mortgage lending company. Blackstone knows that getting into rental real estate in particular is a brilliant bet, far more secure than owning residential mortgages, actually, especially during an economic crisis, because there will always be renters who pay their rent, and that will always provide a stream of income for investors. Blackstone's business model necessitates the charging of high rents because they have to make sure their properties generate enough profit to satisfy investors. This means buying buildings where rents remain relatively affordable, and then with or without modest improvements, they increase rents, circumnavigating rent caps and other legislation aimed at protecting tenants, forcing, in fact, low-income tenants out of their homes by increasing rents and replacing them with more affluent ones, all in the name of capital growth for a few. And of course, Blackstone could be replaced with Achilles, Vonovia, Timber Creek, the Credit Suisse. There are so many of these actors using that very same model or a very similar model to that of Blackstone. And to state the obvious, the interests here lie with the investor. The investor is the client, not the tenant. Of course, pre-COVID, there were other ways in which housing has been financialized. It's now well documented that Airbnb and other short-term platforms have encouraged the buying up of apartment buildings and units throughout cities to turn them into short-term rental accommodation to maximize profits off of the property. This then results in a reduction of the amount of available housing stock that could be used for long-term affordable rents for people who are actually living on a long-term basis in cities. A study of Airbnb in New York, for example, showed a loss of up to 13,500 units of housing from its long-term rental market. That's a city where 130,000 people are homeless throughout the year. And of course, another kind of financialization is the billionaires or individuals of ultra high net worth who park or hide their money in housing too. Millions of dollars float undercover from one island bank account to another, eventually landing securely in a piece of residential real estate, a starchitecturally designed condo in the sky, a mansion, a villa, a house in which the lights are never turned on. Millions of investor-owned homes stand vacant across the world, with their owners having no intention of setting foot in them. In the borough of Kensington and Chelsea in London, there are reportedly 1,400 vacant homes. This is the same borough where the Grenfell Tower fire occurred, where hundreds of people were left homeless well after the fire. Skyrocketing housing prices mean that those who sustain cities are being pushed out. School teachers, firefighters, students, police officers, nurses and doctors, garbage collectors, the employees of your local cafe. And the risk of allowing cities to continue on this path is that they will become monocultural, as Saskia Sassen warns. In my opinion, many cities and parts of cities have begun to resemble sterile airports, lined with multinational stores which lack any particular cultural relevance, populated only by those who can afford to be there and who come and go, but who don't stay. So where are governments in all of this? Governments are now closely aligned with the investment sector. They provide tax subsidies for home ownership, tax breaks for investors. They even give citizenship and visas to foreign investors who buy property. And they either back or bail out banks and financial institutions. And they give preferential tax status to institutional investors who want to invest in residential real estate. All of these supports far outstrip any support for residents who are renters. In Canada, for example, in a study from a few years ago, 93% of housing subsidies provided by the government went to homeowners, and just 7% went to renters. What's so troubling about this, of course, is that in many countries, renters have far lower incomes on average than homeowners, and yet it's the higher income households and the investors receiving the bulk of the subsidies. While governments support home ownership, they have in fact divested themselves of rental housing. They have sold off social and public housing stock and land as an asset and are relying on the private market to meet the housing needs of low-income and middle-income households. Now, I want to be clear that the decision by governments to support housing as a commodity rather than housing as a social good is not just any old policy decision. It's an actual rejection of their commitment to international human rights law, which they have signed, ratified, and committed to. In particular, it's a rejection of their obligations with respect to the right to adequate housing. Understanding and applying a human rights approach to housing and its financialization is distinguished by this fact. Governments commit to human rights. They're legal commitments. They sign on to human rights treaties. They have legal obligations as a result. And therefore, they are accountable to human rights. And they must be and can be held accountable. And that's what distinguishes a human rights approach to the financialization of housing and what makes it so potentially powerful. It's this issue of accountability. So where can we hold governments accountable? Well, we can use the United Nations human rights system. We can use courts. We can use parliamentary processes. We can use local mechanisms that cities are establishing and other democratic spaces we can take to the streets. We can use journalists and the media. To understand the damage done by allowing the financialization of housing and for these actors to dominate the housing market, and in order to understand what must be done to correct the situation and to hold states accountable, then you have to know something about what the right to adequate housing means and what states have actually committed to. At its most zoomed out and basic, the right to housing is the right to live somewhere in peace, security, and with dignity. There are also several characteristics that must be present in order for housing to be adequate under international human rights law. Affordability is a key component of adequate housing under international human rights law. And there it's defined as being commensurate with household income. That's what would make housing affordable. If it was commensurate with household income, it is not based on what the market can bear. So when corporate landlords set rents at rates that their tenants cannot afford, they violate the affordability measure of the right to housing. And when states fail to protect tenants from rising rents and from unaffordability, they are failing to comply with their international human rights obligations. Security of tenure is also a key component of adequate housing under international human rights law. That is, no one should live in fear that they're going to lose their housing for any reason. Obviously, landlords raising rents so that they are unaffordable to tenants would contravene a tenant's sense of security and their security of tenure, as would government failure to protect tenants from being evicted for non-payment of rent when rents have been escalated an extraordinary amount. Asset management firms like Acalius are known for creating very inhospitable conditions for tenants through construction projects. Tenants of Acalius buildings have told me, for example, that they believe Acalius uses construction conditions as a way to drive out tenants. And once the tenants have been driven out and the unit is vacant, it's much easier for Acalius to then raise the rents. Governments that stand idly by, despite these allegations, and only attribute rent caps or freezes to apartments that are actually inhabited by tenants are failing to meet habitability standards under international human rights law. Allowing an apartment building to become a construction site for months on end, or even years in some cases, undermines the notion of habitability, which is part of a commitment governments have made with respect to the right to adequate housing. Housing must be habitable. I'll also note that evictions into homelessness are strictly forbidden under international human rights law. And yet I have heard of countless tenants whose rents were raised astronomically upon sale of their building to a corporate landlord and were thus rendered homeless. Governments that don't prevent that from happening and courts that don't prevent that from happening are contravening international human rights obligations, and we must hold them accountable. I think this COVID era is the time to make a shift. As so many people before me have said, and as so many more will say, we are clearly living in unprecedented times. COVID has already created a remarkable shift across society in virtually every way in which we live our lives. The COVID crisis is exposing the many reasons a seismic shift in approach to housing is necessary. And it's exposing how it's actually possible to make this shift, a shift whereby the value of housing is home, not equity, and where people, not capital, are the primary investment. So let me highlight 5 ways in which the COVID crisis is exposing that a shift is necessary and possible. First of all, home has been exposed as the frontline defense against the deadly virus. Governments around the world and the World Health Organization have implemented stay-at-home policies, recognizing the value of home in protecting against a deadly virus like COVID-19. Homelessness and housing precarity put everyone, entire populations, at risk of contracting the disease and of the disease spreading. So in other words, COVID exposes that having an adequate home is the difference between life and death. Governments around the world have shown they can play a significant role in housing systems when they choose to, and they can be accountable to tenants. Governments the world over have enacted moratoriums on evictions. They've suspended or reduced rents in some cases. They've deferred mortgage payments. They've provided rental supplements. They've provided water and sanitation to people living in informal settlements and encampments. And they have managed to find, when they said it was never possible before, they have managed to find temporary housing for homeless people. Now, a lot of people are suffering economically. Europe's economy is set to shrink by 7.5%. That's 3% more than it shrunk during the global financial crisis. In the US, something like 30 million people have applied for unemployment benefits. And many across the globe simply cannot afford to pay their rent or soon will not be able to do so. It's unlikely that housing could be profitable in these circumstances or should be profitable in these circumstances. People are suffering. Now is the time to ensure they have a secure place to live. Now is not the time to ensure that investors are getting a good return on their investments. A profit-based system, in my opinion, is completely out of step with where we are at economically as a world, across the planet. And I think governments have to pay heed to the actual economic reality we're in right now and not project into the future at this point. My fourth point is that with many unable to pay their rent and with interests very low, the pandemic will likely result in many distressed assets coming onto market. That makes them very desirable to private equity and other big capital, and thus to more financialization. The Wall Street Journal said in April that this might be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to buy distressed assets at bargain prices. The CEO of Blackstone, Steve Schwarzman, recently said, "Every day it's becoming a better day to buy assets with people experiencing unexpected difficulties." But distressed assets don't have to be sold to the private bidder. Governments should flex their newfound confidence in the housing sector and start buying these assets themselves. It would be a fast way to make up for public assets governments have sold off over the last decades. These newly purchased units could be used to house people who are homeless, those living in housing precarity with low incomes, young people. They could be social housing or deeply affordable housing. And my final point is that the idea of returning to an understanding of housing as home is actually not a radical idea at all. It is only asking governments to do what should have been done prior to the pandemic, to effectively implement the right to adequate housing. It's only asking governments to ensure housing security and affordability for tenants. It's only asking governments to house people who are homeless and to ensure no one becomes homeless because of the pandemic. These are simple human rights obligations that apply before, during, and after a crisis of this nature. I fear, however, that though a return to housing as a human right is not radical, I fear this shift will not be easy. As the pandemic resolves itself, there will be a tendency to want to return to normal by governments and by others, Many states have already based their recovery plans on normal, with some having hired BlackRock, not to be confused with Blackstone, one of the largest investment firms in the world, as a chief advisor. Though this is a very strange time to be leading a global movement, strange because it's hard to feel global from my home here in Ottawa, it is the perfect time to scale up the shift.
Thank you so much, Leilani, for this fascinating talk on bringing the dimension of human rights into the housing market, which is, I think, very, very clear to us now. And you know, from one point of view, I would say now it's easy to take some new steps. We just have to infer the human right to housing in every political question. So that seems to be easy, of course. Before I would start the Q&A session, we have like a little bit more than 20 minutes, and I would like to encourage everyone, if there's any questions, to post them now, because that's a wonderful moment to get into conversation with Leilani about all these issues. I would like to ask one question relating to these human rights issues. Because my question to this would be, that the Human Rights Convention, the biggest obstacle is the enforceability of the rights on this global scale. And you made some examples, but I think now to tackle or to give some very concrete ideas what to do is, I would like to ask you, what would be the biggest wheels to turn right now with the arguments of human rights to really achieve a change on the housing market? So give some examples which might be on the global or in the local level, where we can infer the right to housing, enforce it.
Yeah, I think you rightly justify the most difficult aspect in all of this, which is enforceability. And, as rapporteur, I had the opportunity to speak with many governments at many levels. And there's often a lot of head nodding when I say housing is a human right. Oh, yes. And it means A, B, and C. Oh, yes. And then I say, and you also have to ensure accountability mechanisms and enforcement mechanisms. Oh, and then it's like the conversation drops, So you're absolutely right. Because governments fear, they fear all sorts of things. I mean, I think they fear a dismantling of the structures that are so inherent in so many, both developing and developed economies. Residential real estate as a commodity is fundamental to so many economies. If you look at like the percentage of GDP that is taken up by this general area, it's like up like 20% of GDPs often. That's a huge percentage of the GDP. And so there's a lot of pushback. They think, oh, you want me to spend, and let's say you're a city government. It's like, we don't have any money at the city level, or national level government says, oh, well, we're in austerity situation, or etc. One of the things, of course, governments forget is that if you spend in the area of housing, you actually save in so many other areas. We know this because of the relationship between housing and health, for example. So you have better health outcomes if you have better housing. So you use the hospital system less. And of course, there's all those things. There's also states generally misunderstand what can be done immediately to make things better on the housing front, that it doesn't always require money. It could require different legislation, different policy that doesn't cost anything to enact. There are some really good examples of holding governments accountable, and some are going to be, it's contextual in a way, because in some places using law, for example, and courts is really an effective way. So for example, I did a country mission to Nigeria and met with a group there called Just Empower. They're doing amazing work with paralegals and using the court system to prevent evictions, to have the Constitution read in a way that promotes the right to housing. And they've been quite successful. There's then a gap between getting a successful judgment and ensuring that judgment is enforced. So again, an enforcement issue, but at least, they're using the law. In South Africa as well, the law and courts is where people turn immediately. It's part of their culture as a vehicle for realizing the right to housing. If I look at what you're doing in Germany, there's been a kind of quasi approach in a way. You've done incredible grassroots building, and there's a grassroots movement to ensure the right to housing. I think originally when I learned about Berliners taking to the street, it wasn't so much about the right to housing, but it was very consistent with the right to housing. More recently, I've started to hear more human rights language coming into the Berliners movement, which I'm really happy for. But then there's also a litigation element, hasn't there been, where it was the rent freeze legislation was at the Berlin level was challenged through the courts, and it has gone through a legal proceeding. So it's sort of a hybrid. I do see some interesting things emerging in Canada, for example, where a new mechanism has sort of been established. In law, it's been established. It hasn't rolled out yet because of the pandemic, they say, and so this new mechanism is appointing a federal housing advocate, almost like an ombudsperson, but focused on housing and focused at the national level to deal with national government policies and programs. And then they've also said that they will establish a housing council made up of independent experts who can be reviewing on an ongoing basis systemic issues that arise in the country with respect to housing. And the panel or council and the advocate are to work together. And again, the advocate is only looking at systemic issues, which is, of course, where we would want, not the individual landlord-tenant issues, but the big systemic issues like financialization. So those are just some examples of interesting things going on. And you can see it's all different types of mechanisms. I've recently taken to saying that I think journalists play a really important role in enforcement, actually, because I think governments are sensitive to what gets put out in the public domain. I think private corporations are particularly sensitive. When I went after Achilles, when I was rapporteur, Achilles was very sensitive, not just to my letter that I wrote to them as rapporteur, but to the media attention on the issue. They didn't like that at all. And I'm not saying that has resulted in any change in behavior yet, but together, if we piece together all of these different methods, we can get to better accountability, I think, and enforcement of the right to housing.
Okay, so the idea of the ombudsperson on a general level is very, very interesting, because it seems to be like that the human rights issues can trickle in through different measures. It's not a big weapon that can be trickled in. There's an
just
interesting. Sorry.
Can I just add one thing to that? Another thing I've
Sure.
seen is same idea of an ombuds, but at the local level, which could be really nice. If there was a more immediate mechanism, because people at the local level, like when you're living in your neighborhood, it seems often daunting to go to a court or to go to a federal or national ombudsperson. But if you went to your city council or your city government and had access to an ombudsperson there, it might be easier. So just to say, and I'm seeing that movement as well.
We have a very interesting question now, for which relates to what you were saying before. You said that you're talking to people, on the government level, to government officials about human rights, and you said they are kind of not really responding to it. So the question is kind of, if I'm trying to relate it in the right way, is what do they say to you if they're rejecting your claim? This is a human rights, but they're at the same time they're supporting investors. What do you say to them, and what do they say to you? Sorry.
Very rarely will a government say to me point blank, housing's not a human right, because they know, like, I'm there and international law codifies it. And so they rarely will say that. Normally, I try to get on very agreeable ground with governments. So we all can agree that homelessness is egregious, that homelessness is a violation of so many human rights, not just the right to housing, although obviously the right to housing, but also just a more general principle of dignity in human rights, health and human rights, etc. So often I can get some agreement there. I've been surprised that governments are quite open to discussing financialization of housing with me. Some have expressed real concern themselves. I was in New Zealand on mission, and the government of New Zealand was very concerned about the way financialization was developing there. It's different there. It's actually individual owners, but will own 20 houses or buildings or apartments. I heard that yesterday that's not uncommon in parts of Europe as well. So I hopped in a taxi cab when I was in New Zealand, and I was talking to the driver, and he ended up telling me he alone, taxi driver, owned 4 properties. So common. So the governments are often interested in the conversation. Where it becomes more complicated is getting them to do something about it. And then there we don't always agree on what should be done. And I think that's because of the interests at stake and the relationship to economies. So that's where the work has to be done. But that's just work that has to be done. So I don't take it when I'm talking to governments and they're not agreeing with me that they should, for example, close the tax benefits of real estate investment trusts, that would cool real estate investment trust right away, because the reason you create an REIT or a REIT is because of the preferential tax basis. But we just have to keep having those conversations, and the people are always right. Tenants are always right. So human rights are right.
Right. So I think we have some time for some more questions. Is that right? Yeah, right. Maybe related to this, there's one idea from one participant, maybe. So he asks, or she asks, is it generally necessary for pension funds to openly share information about their investors to their clients? So that's an interesting question. So maybe, would this change the kind of investment policy of pension funds if they would have to share all this information? And is this, for example, an idea you were discussing also with governments about?
Yeah, so I haven't done enough research on legislative frameworks for pension funds around the world, and that is actually one of my, as I'm looking forward to the next year, that's one of the things I want to actually focus on. I think transparency is a huge issue, not just with pension funds. I mean, just as your work showed the need for transparency. I didn't know, actually, for example, that in Germany you couldn't get access to land registry. I find that phenomenal. And so, I mean, it's the same sort of issue as lack of transparency with pension funds. I do think that would put pressure on pension funds. But you have to think of it this way, to the person who asked the question. You have to believe and understand that there would be some pushback if you were investing in Blackstone real estate or Vonovia or one of these asset management firms. And I'm not convinced we're quite there yet in terms of public pushback against investment in residential real estate. So we need to educate the public more so that when there's transparency and you see, oh my God, they're investing in Blackstone, you have that, oh, that's bad. And that would put pressure on the pension fund. That's why we made the film Push. Well, why Frederick Gertten made the film Push and why I was very happy to be part of it, because I think we need this kind of education, and the film Push, really, that's what it goes to. And that's what we at The Shift are trying to do too, is to engage a different consciousness around this.
Yeah, so speaking about the film Push, we also have one question of one participant relating to the session yesterday when the film Push was being showed. The question is the following. In the film, we see various mayors meeting to discuss how to establish housing as a human right. Are there further developments of that meeting in terms of policy making? So this is also like a very important point, because we saw there was the Barcelona Manifesto, and we saw there's a lot of efforts in bringing all these people together, or the mayor on the mayor level. But the question is, what do they really do besides, like having a nice meeting? So is there any hope for...
Yeah, I'm really happy for that question. This is the area of my work I'm super excited about, to be honest. So, we have to understand that change happens incrementally. So you start by gathering mayors. That in and of itself is a huge accomplishment. Let's be honest. It's not that easy to get a whole bunch of mayors in one room from around the world. And you get them to talk about the same thing, the housing crisis. And then you get them to understand that they're in the domain of human rights, and they too have human rights obligations as city level government. And from there, you get them to sign a declaration or a manifesto or, whatever. And then you say, okay, it's still not enough. We have to do more. And that's the stage I'm at now with my work with cities. So now I'm moving into the area where we start working very concretely with cities about what it looks like to actually do the right to housing. What does it look like for a city to have a right to housing policy at the city level? And what are the different aspects of that? So last week or 2 weeks ago, actually, I had another gathering of mayors from different, housing wasn't all mayors. Some were deputy mayors working in the area of housing from London and Barcelona, and I think New York was there. I can't remember all of the actors. And we started to talk a little more in depth about the human right to housing at the city level. In Canada, I have a project where it's a demonstration project, it's like a pilot project, where I'm going to be working with 4 cities who will agree to try to introduce the human right to housing into their city policymaking around housing. So then we'll really start seeing how useful is that framework? What changes does it lead to? And from there we can start evaluating and assessing. So, of course, change takes a long time, but this is the kind of work I think that's really valuable and could make a huge difference. So, and that's sorry, I should say that's what the Shift. That's a big project of the Shift. So that's what we intend to. One of the things we intend to do is to keep working closely with cities.
Okay, but and the UN rapporteur, the new one, will do this as well, hopefully.
I hope so. I mean, the rapporteur will set his own course. He will certainly be engaged in conversations with national level governments. Every rapporteur is different. I put a real focus on city level government in my rapporteurship for a variety of reasons. It was the first report I wrote was about city level human rights obligations and or local government obligations. I was quite concerned because housing's been downloaded to the city level or decentralized to the city level. And so that for me was hugely important. And I can't speak for my successor, unfortunately.
So there was also like a question which is relating a little bit to the who owns the city investigation, but which relates to also to the topic we just talked about. So what do you think Hamburg, so it's a question maybe for me, but we can also discuss it. Where do you think Hamburg would rank among the 9 cities you have covered regarding housing ownership concerns? Interesting question, because it relates very much to what you are saying. So Hamburg is a city which, from the mayor level, talks a lot about tackling the housing crisis, and it tries to develop new programs to be more sustainable, to, for example, that you cannot build a building without ensuring that 30 or 40% of the apartments are social apartments.
Yep.
But everyone you talk to who observes how the city looks like from the perspective of the tenants, they still say, it's an awful situation. So there's not much change, even though the city or from the mayor side, they're taking steps. So from our observation, I think Hamburg is among the cities which are pressured very much, most in Germany. On the other hand, there's a lot of action taking. So maybe this is a nice example for a question to you, saying, how long does change take? So what is actually the hope for you? Do we talk in years, or do we talk actually in decades when we talk about structural changes of the housing market?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you root financialization in its true place, which is neoliberalism, then that took successive years. So neoliberalism probably started in the late 70s, with Reagan and Thatcher and Pinochet, I suppose. And then, the 80s and 90s cemented neoliberalism, allowing for, when the global financial crisis to happen, allowing for financialization. I actually think the pandemic is a point in time. It's such a unique point in time when we could, in fact, make decades of change overnight. I think it presents itself as that kind of opportunity. So it's very interesting to me about inclusionary zoning. I think someone, maybe my successor rapporteur, could do something about this, but I think it would be interesting to study whether inclusionary zoning is actually effective. That's what you talked about in Munich, where you say, any new build, 30 to 40% of the units have to be affordable, or deeply affordable, or social. I would be interested to know, I think, every city that has inclusionary zoning uses almost the same percentage, which suggests to me that is something that works on the development side, but isn't actually related to need. Because it can't be that in the city of London, they have the same need for social housing as in Hamburg. Like, I would think the numbers would be different, right? Or another city in Cairo, for example. So that suggests that policy is something that developers will go for. And so that's why we do it like that. So it's, I don't know that inclusionary zoning is actually that progressive. I think it's a good one small little move, but I don't think it's that progressive. I think right now, because of the pandemic, there are going to be a lot of cheap assets, let's call them that. Not all of them will be housing, but could they be repurposed into social and deeply affordable housing? So office buildings, for example, I'm quite sure we're going to see a lot of empty office buildings and office buildings for sale, because I think the work from home is going to be a reality on an ongoing. I mean, one always looks to the big tech firms to see what's the future, right? In so many ways. And the big tech firms are saying that they're going to introduce work from home on a permanent basis. And so there goes huge office buildings. So could national and city level governments move in, purchase those, and repurpose them? And that could be a game changer. I mean, that could really change the housing crisis. It could address homelessness. I maintain that homelessness should have been eliminated as a result of this pandemic, period. And I think it is possible. So I think that the threat of the vulture funds, as we'll call them that for this purpose, is really huge right now. And I think governments are quite aware in a way that they were not in '08. Right? It was a new thing in '08, what they did, '09. It happened after in 2012. Now, there's no excuse because we've all been talking about this for many years now. We've made it public. There's this conference happening right now, so there's no excuse. So I do think that we could escalate change that would normally take much longer.
So maybe that's a momentum, and the momentum is triggered much more by the ongoing crisis, for better or for worse. But maybe now there's time to act on various levels. And I'm very, very thankful that you opened many windows today, especially with taking this big chunk of a human right, bring this into debate and bring this, and I think this can be brought into life by the small authorities, small local communities, but also like on the national level, because we see in Germany, there's so many levels involved in the housing markets, but they all have to be pressured by many people on different levels. So I would like to thank you, everyone who actually participated in this conversation, which was very, very great. And still, I think the organization of this conference did a wonderful job to make this possible. I think this is the highest value, that you actually made this possible. And thank you, Leilani, that you were live in Ottawa, and we would love to continue this. Everyone knows about Shift now. Everyone knows about Corrective a little bit more, and we would like to continue this. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So happy to be here.
Yeah, also from our side, thank you very much, both of you, Leilani and Justus, for this great keynote and conversation. And also, we just wanted to mention that for anybody who wants to watch back your videos and also other videos of the participants at the conference, we will be making them available online. So we will upload them all tomorrow, together with all the other videos of the participants also of yesterday. So these are not only the videos that we showed today, but there are also other in-depth videos that some of the other participants recorded. So this was an additional editorial project that we did as complementary to the conference. So you can already see the videos now when you go to our website, disruptionlab.org/evicted-videos. But otherwise, keep an eye out on our channels. We'll also post about it tomorrow. And then before we close the session, I would also just like to say again that we will be screening the documentary Push this summer. So we're very happy that we are able to do an outdoor screening on the 30th of July at Akut Machnoi in Berlin Mitte. So we're very excited then that we can show actually the whole film, as we wanted to do also originally. And then, right after this session, there will be a break. But please come back on time, because at 7:10 we will have actually the premiere of the short film Steal This Poster, Artivism and the Struggle of Lucha y Siesta by the Steal This Poster Subvertising collective from Italy and the UK. And after that, at 7:30, we will continue with the panel Resisting Speculation, Ecological Commons, Subvertising and Fighting Tech Domination, which is the final panel of today. So thanks again, everyone, and hope to see you back soon.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli from the Disruption Network Lab, and I'm happy to announce the short film premiere of Still This Poster, Artivism and the Struggle of Lucha y Siesta. Lucha y Siesta is a historical squatted women's house in Rome in the area of Quadraro, and they have been put on action the 7th of April from the City Council of Rome. Still, this poster contributed in a great campaign to make this news global and to help the house in this struggle. So we will see in this short film premiere what Still This Poster did, and we also will hear from the practice of subvertising. That is what Still This Poster does. They are a great collective based between Rome, London, that works on the subversion of advertisement. They have also been with us before. 2 weeks ago, we did a workshop with them, and we will follow up with them and other great speakers later after this premiere for the panel Resisting Speculation, Ecological Commons, Subvertising, and Fighting Tech Domination. So we will watch now the film and see you after it in 20 minutes for this panel in which we will discuss how to fight speculation in various cities. Thank you.
Steal This Poster is an online archive of artworks promoting social change. The majority of works are designed to fit billboards, bus stop panels, and other public ad spaces, yet it is not limited to such use. You are encouraged to download, remix, appropriate, and display the designs in a form or context you see fit.
You have this life, what for tell me? Bending on shit, ignorance that pose me. Send me your morals, think for a fiver.
Steal This Poster is also your gateway to a community of pirates that raid the filthy international waters of advertising by practicing guerrilla communication and creative vandalism. If you have a similar quest, feel free to use our posters that we provide on our website. Otherwise, drop us a line should you need any help launching your own radical campaign. This quote opens a book, Advertising Shits in Your Head, which has become a manifesto of the subvertising movement. Artists, activists, hackers, and squatters alike join together to reshape the public landscape of the city and its ubiquitous consumerist narrative. Steal This Poster, together with a special patrol group, has organized subvertising workshops in many different cities internationally. Never been to one, but interested in hijacking consumerist propaganda? It's easier than you can imagine, pal. There are only a few companies maintaining outdoor ads across Western cities, and they only use a handful of keys to access the ad cabinets. The keys in question are easy to obtain online or at your local DIY shop. In addition to that, consider acquiring a high visibility vest, which will render you invisible to the public eye and help you pose as a worker changing the ads. But you don't need to follow any instructions. Use your imagination, or a crowbar, or a spray can. Welcome aboard! Many pirates have come before us. Subvertising has its own roots in the Situationist International movement formed in 1957.
Toute la vie des sociétés dans lesquelles règnent les conditions modernes de production s'annonce comme une immense accumulation de spectacles. Tout ce qui était directement vécu s'est éloigné dans une représentation.
This praxis was spread around the United States of America by many different groups of pranksters and culture jammers, like the Billboard Liberation Front from San Francisco in 1977, or the Canadian Adbuster Media Foundation, formed in 1989 by activist Kay Lassen.
Your living room is the factory. The product being manufactured is you.
Berlin, London, Barcelona, and San Francisco are but a few examples of the cities being gentrified. The process is not new. Alas, it's gaining momentum and deserves a spanner in the works. But today, thanks to the internet, subvertisers can connect globally and act locally. You might ask, are design and creativity effective as weapons against the oppressors? We think they are, provided the arsenal is shared and accessible to everybody. To better argue this point, we would like to offer a case study of the squatted woman shelter in Quadraro neighborhood of Roma, Lucha y Siesta. We are happy to introduce to you our beloved spokesperson, Madame Lucha. Benvenuta, Madame. Can you tell us more about Lucha y Siesta?
Thank you, darling. This is Lucha y Siesta. The building you see behind me was occupied back in 2008 by a group of feminist activists, giving birth to a really unique experience. In fact, Lucha y Siesta is not just a squat or a regular social center. The group created an anti-violence help desk and provides 15 beds as shelters for women escaping domestic violence. Now, if we take into account the fact that in the whole city of Rome, there are only 25 beds for this purpose, Lucha y Siesta is providing 60% of all the shelters that there are. Also considering that the European Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence against Women and Domestic Violence maintains that this number should be 1 for every 10,000 inhabitants. In Rome, for instance, there should be almost 300 shelters provided by the council. Lucha y Siesta quickly became a pole star for the feminist movement in Italy. The institutional social services, which were clearly unable to fulfill their duty, were relying on the volunteers here. In fact, grassroots organizations like Lucha y Siesta are fundamental in making up for the lack of institutional solutions to social issues. Unfortunately, the mayor of Rome doesn't care about the importance of such an experience and wants to sell the occupied building, which is owned by ATAC, the company which runs the public transport system in Rome. However, the counter-move adopted by activists was also pretty unique. Under the threat of an upcoming eviction, Lucha y Siesta formed a neighborhood committee to buy the building under a relatively new formula known as collective ownership.
Collective ownership, as we thought of it, is a way to legally define the ownership of a public asset in order to prevent private profits to speculate on it. The goal was to upgrade our project and experience, gathering our community around us once more to buy a building that's already open to everyone and keep it at the service of the city and especially its women. Besides, we wanted Luce y Siesta to become even better, to grow and thrive and be bigger as we were just 14. Then last September, we built the committee that was meant to buy the place, and at the end of that Sunday, we were 500 members.
The solution is heavily ostracized by the city council. And that's how creativity came into play. Luce y Siesta formed another committee, a small team of people meeting to find creative solutions to influence public opinion and force newspapers to take an interest. The first intervention consisted in projecting the word "on sale" on many historical monuments around Rome. This action emphasized the fact that Luce y Siesta is a collective public asset to be preserved, just like the Pantheon or any of the other ancient monuments in the city centre. The evocative pictures of Roman monuments, night lit, goes viral. A crowdfunding was started, and because of all the awareness, the mayor had to postpone the eviction date. However, as soon as the media attention subsided, about 2 months later, the council got back, threatening the committee with the shut-off of all utilities. November and December were pretty tough months for Luce y Siesta due to the daily routine of confronting the greed of the mayor and her toadies. We loaded a whole arsenal of creative ideas against the council, from organised mail bombings to sending the council offices haywire. To better spread our point of view, even through chats, we also customised WhatsApp stickers. In those months, the mask I'm wearing became a symbol of this struggle, and it was worn by protesters in local and national demonstrations. Where did this idea come from? Well, Luce y Siesta got its name from an Italian and Spanish wordplay on Lucio Sestio, which is the street where the building stands. In Italian, it sounds like the female transliteration of Lucio Sestio. The choice of a Spanish name also emphasizes the connection to a twinned woman's shelter in Mexico. In Spanish, it means fight and rest. In October, an artist from the STP crew realized this stencil and sprayed it on the walls in the Quadrado neighborhood, which is the neighborhood where we're shooting right now. Later on, an artist, Rita Petruccioli, drew this character inspired by Mexican traditional wrestling and asked her followers to redesign the character with a Draw This in Your Style challenge and to post the results with the hashtag Lucha for the City. It was a blast. In less than a month, more than 700 drawings by professional and non-professional illustrators were submitted, including the most famous signatures in Italian comics. On the 15th of December, a benefit auction of many original drawings was organised, and Luce y Siesta raised €10,000 overnight. More than the money raised, it was the communicative power that again forced the mayor to move the eviction date. The struggle continued.
Le statue parlanti sono delle antiche statue romane e la più famosa di queste statue è la statua di Pasquino, una antichissima tradizione romana che prevedeva il fatto che il popolo utilizzasse queste statue per fare delle critiche al potere. Scrivevano delle cose sotto a queste statue, quindi si diceva che Pasquino aveva parlato. L'idea qual è stata? Di prendere questa tradizione del territorio, riportarla proprio in vita in questi giorni, cioè fare in modo che fossero le statue parlanti a parlare di Lucia Siesta. C'era Pasquino con la maschera da luciadora, che avevano il testo di una poesia in romanesco che appunto denunciava la situazione assurda della chiusura della Casa delle Donne Lucia Siesta. Pasquino e le statue parlanti sono delle luciadoras e sono dalla parte di Lucia Siesta.
For Women's Day, on the 8th of March, all the drawings collected through Rita Petruccioli's challenge were pasted up on the walls around the city. Again, the result was a blast. However, because of the coronavirus emergency, the eviction has been temporarily suspended and even the auction was postponed. But the threat has not been eliminated, and we can be pretty sure that the council's evil forces will strike again. The only possible solutions are the suspension of the auction or the concession to the right of first refusal for the neighbourhood committee to buy the building.
Mille grazie, Madame Lucia. We have seen how creativity in many different forms can be applied to support the cause. Steal This Poster is not just a poster archive, but a chance to form a proper think tank consisting of artists and activists who want to make a difference. This is what we call subvertising agency. It is the opposite of the rigidly structured advertising agency. Our agency is fluid, operating on voluntary basis, is not bound by hierarchy, and we make no distinction between the buyers and sellers. In fact, we do not buy, nor do we sell. We most literally are agents. An agent being a person or a thing that acts.
Walking through the jungle, I run like a lion, I don't need anyone. No waste of time, I go straight to the point. You don't wanna be me, but you must be me. So think twice, think twice, think twice. No compromise, no compromise, no compromise, no compromise, no compromise. Think twice, think twice. We no wanna compromise, no compromise, no compromise, no compromise, no compromise. You can call me bad girl. You can call me bad girl. I'm not a good 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 girl. Think twice.
Thank you very much for this great video. Was funny. We just had the disruption here at the Disruption Lab, and my cat was literally in front of the screen. So this is the best way to start this panel. And I'm really happy to welcome everybody. We start now the panel Resisting Speculation, Ecological Commons, Subvertising, and Fighting Tech Domination. Together with me, we have the Still This Poster Collective, Marco Clausen, Jonathan Miller, and Eva Čukić that is moderating the panel. We will also hear from Athens with a video contributes by Penny Travlu. First of all, before introducing Eva, I also would like to welcome the audience and remind that we have a chat that everybody can use. You can go on our website, you can interact with us, you can share knowledge, answer and propose questions, and please use the chat as a tool also to speak with our speakers. At the end of the panel, I will come back, I will bring the questions from the audience to them so we can have an interaction all together. I also wanted to mention that the video that we just saw from Still This Poster, will be available on our website together with other video contributes that we are collecting from the participants. They are an editorial project that we did all together also to give an insight and more knowledge to our topics of this conference. Today we will also hear a video contribute from Jonathan Miller. So he's here with us, but we also wanted to present him through these contributes. He will also speak about the fight of Berlin versus Amazon. Thanks, first of all, Still This Poster, for your wonderful video that, in a sense, we also build up a bit together by discussing so much in these months. Was a great collaboration with you that we are also happy to bring forward in the next months when you will come here finally to give a real workshop the 3rd of September. And I think that this contribute also showed us well how it's possible to create a fight together with people, because it was a collective experiment that many activists did in Rome, not only using creativity, but also using the idea of generate actions that can make a change. And so, Eva, now I want to introduce you so you can introduce this panel properly. Eva works on urban commons, models of governance, urban transformation, and self-organization. In 2010, she co-founded the Ministry of Space Collective in Belgrade that is active in the field of urban resource management, housing, commons, and also supports local groups in their fight for special justice. She also graduated from the Faculty of Architecture and has a PhD in urban planning. So, Eva, I'm very happy to welcome you, and then you will welcome all our participants. I pass the word to you, and I will come back later to introduce the video contribute of Penny. But we cannot hear you, so I think you have to put your sound on. Still no. An advice, try to refresh and then we can hear you better.
Now, does it work? Yes, perfect. Wow. Okay, this is something that happens now in these online events. What can I do? So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. I want to welcome everybody as well who joined us today. So I'm Eva. I'm based in Belgrade currently, and I will moderate this evening panel discussion. Hope you all enjoyed the conference so far, at least as much as I did. And before I introduce the panelists, I just want to thank the organizers for putting all this together and for doing a massive work to make it possible in current circumstances. So as we saw so far, and as we know for our personal experience, housing is a burning issue everywhere. From where I come, it became one of the central struggles. So Serbia is for the several years already in the second is the second country in Europe where more than 60% of people are struggling with the access to decent and affordable housing. And the housing crisis affects many people in different countries as well, and not only in terms of having a shelter, but rather as a framework that includes aspects of social production and reproduction, human rights, as we heard in the panel with Leilani, labor rights, the issues of touristification of the cities, gentrification, land speculation, and so on. And today we will reflect on the housing crutch and what organizing can do about it, the challenges and the victories, tactics, and importance of uniting different struggles. I feel it's crucial to recognize that this moment offers humanity a unique opportunity to organize, resource, and uplift the work that social and political movements and different collectives are doing all over the globe in developing an array of systemic alternatives. So we face multiple crises. From climate change, migration, technological upheaval, xenophobia, rising inequality, and there is a temptation to redraw and focus inward, the attraction to walls rather than bridges, to radicalization, to gated societies, and at the same time, we never before had such an access to information and connection and possibilities to organize and mobilizing into creating change. So I think that all these attempts, and with some of them we will mention tonight, are basically our only and the best hope to steadily engage in transitions towards a just and sustainable future for all of us. So it's my real pleasure to bring in people who continually inspire many of us, me particularly. And this evening we will have Marco Clausen, co-founder of Prinzessengarten, Jonathan Miller, Tech Workers Coalition, and here on behalf of Berlin versus Amazon campaign, and still this poster, Subvertising Collective, which video we just, really amazing and powerful video we just saw. So Marco Clausen, except of being my really good friend, I had to make this personal. He is co-founder of Prinzessengarten and co-initiator of the Neighborhood Academy in Berlin. He contributes to the question of local self-organization for social and ecological justice in urban and rural areas through lectures, publications, participatory research, international exchange programs, and cooperation with artists and activists. Marco is also specifically interested in non-institutional forms of collective learning. So I will give a word to Marco to speak more about these initiatives that he is involved with.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. I hope you see me all very well. The sun just comes in. It's not a professional studio around me. I want to talk a little bit about Prinzessengarten, not in itself as a community garden project, but what we learned by doing it about the real estate policy in Berlin and maybe beyond. And what it tells us about the changes we saw in the city in maybe the last 10 years. So we started in 2009 to transform an urban vacant land into a community garden, which was with the purpose of showing people how to grow food in the city, how to grow it organically, to get in touch with nature, the soil, the circles of life, and so forth. And behind that idea was the very specific Berlin situation that we had a lot of unused land, vacant land, specifically in the city center. For different historical reasons, Berlin has a long story of deindustrialization. There was a wall, of course. There was still some outcomes from the Second World War, destroyed buildings, and so on. So we had a situation where there was a lot of wasteland, and we thought, wouldn't it be great to just make these community places to grow food, but also to learn and to come together? That was the basic idea. We didn't start it as a squad, but we started like as a social business. So we said, like, we create a company around what we're doing, but a non-profit company. So we make some money with gastronomy on site and other activities. And with this income, we pay for the social and educational purposes of the place. So that was the basic idea. And back in 2009 in Berlin, by now everybody talks about community garden, always references when we talk about the commons and community activation. Back then, when we talked about gardening in the city, it was most of the people laughed at us. They found it a ridiculous idea, specifically in Berlin, where we had this great club culture and alternative culture. Gardening was seen as provincial, old-fashioned, and so forth. That changed, but also what changed was the situation around the place. So when we started it as a temporary use project, which was in Berlin common thing to do because land and housing was just accessible and available. There were so many empty places in Berlin that even if you had to leave for different reasons, you would find something else next door, maybe something better. So for 20 or 30 years, this was a common strategy, from squatting to doing clubs, informal bars, galleries, and so on. So a lot of the alternative subcultural life in Berlin was based on these conditions. So when we started in 2009, I think we were the last bigger project that could benefit from the freedom of non-financialization of land in the city and not strict regulations and so forth. But also 2009 was the moment when the global financial crisis, which was basically a real estate crisis in the beginning, by all these mortgages and so forth, when this hit the Berlin market, which was already not a very developing, attractive market for investors. So in 2009, we didn't even know if the banks will survive. A lot of developers had disappeared overnight. And so there was this moment in time in early 2009 where we thought, maybe now everything will change. Almost the same like today. So there was this big crisis and nobody knew what would happen. The banks seemed to collapse. The financial system was broken. Everybody saw that this was a big fraud and so on. So that was also the moment when we had like 100 possible pieces of land for our concept on a list. And I have to say 99% of this has disappeared in the last 10 years. There's nothing left. So we are the only place that is not being built on. Why is that? So in 2009, we had this informal discussion. It's pretty hard in Germany to figure out who owns the land. So we ended up talking to the municipality, to the borough. And then I learned there's an entity in Berlin, a city-owned real estate company selling public land. I haven't, even though I'm politically interested, I haven't heard about this before. But I mean, these real estate managers, they were kind of lost in that moment. And they thought like, yeah, maybe you do some gardening, it's better than nothing. And right now, nobody knows what's going to happen. So we got this contract and we started. And a lot of people helped us to create the place, to grow food, to build a community around it. It was quite successful. And then the media started to look at it and it became a whole phenomenon of a hype around urban gardening with The Guardian, the New York Times, and then the tourists coming, of course. But interestingly, while all this happened, the situation on the real estate market completely changed. This was mentioned in several discussions before. Often we refer to gentrification of an issue of like cultural phenomenons, like the height of the foam on the coffee that you drink, or the gallery next door, or the vintage shop, and so on. And I think that's good about the conference here, that we have to actually follow the money to understand what's happening and why it is happening so fast and on that scale. So what happened after 2009 in Berlin was that all this money that was being created out of thin air to resolve the crisis, that was given to the banks to bail out them for their fraudulent speculation with mortgages, All this money came now under this undervalued Berlin real estate market, because they saw there's a gain, you can make 20-30% in speculation on real estate. And the interesting thing about Prinzessengarten is that it shows it's not just the global financialization that's the problem, but the collusion with a neoliberal government that is about to sell everything. So around Moritzplatz, everything was publicly owned. So often we are even accused of, being part of gentrification by making this place more attractive, by selling coffee and so forth, and attracting tourists and making the place more attractive. All of that would not change the neighborhood if the city had decided early on to keep everything around it public, the housing, but as well the commercial areas. So by now, what happened was that the city decided already in the 90s to sell everything to the global market. So water, electricity, housing, but also real estate. And we were one of the places that became more and more attractive because it's extremely central. So Berlin had already sold 3,000 sites, often unknown to the public. And Prinzessengarten was the next one. And we were in this interesting situation where at the same time, the city used us for the city marketing because this is this great alternative place. And they even invited the president of the Federal Republic as an example of this great Berlin. And we managed to use this contradiction to get a lot of attention. So we had a campaign mobilizing 30,000 signatures to stop the privatization of this piece of land. But this was only possible because the borough supported us, so the local government, and there was a broader civil society discussion at that point about the privatization of land, which we started to show is such a bullshit scheme because the city pretended that they will make money to pay for the debts of the city. But actually, the money was used to bail out the banks. The land was sold when the price was the lowest and the interest rates were the highest. So basically, we ended up with the same debts, but not owning anything anymore. So we were lucky enough at that point to change the narrative at least a little bit and to show people what's going on and what it means for the city if we sell everything. We got a contract for 6 more years. Now we got another contract. There's a new generation now of gardeners for another 6 years, but it's still unclear what's going to happen. But we kept the place public and we kept it open to, let's say, a democratic decision making on what's the best for the community and not what's the best for the investors. So that's at least maybe not a form of resistance, but a strategy how we could save at least one extremely valuable piece of land in the city of Berlin, but at the same time also seeing a whole new forms of actors moving into our neighborhood. So now the neighborhood, one sentence, now we see development in the neighborhood for 200 million euros being bought by the investment firm of the Deutsche Bank right next door. And that's a whole new scale of financialization in this area.
Marco, thank you. It's really, I really like the example of Prinzessengarten because it's truly inspiring, and also the way how it developed through years from the place of the place where you gather people to learn more about the food and the soil and how you can grow the food, to basically the place, to politicize place which tackle the issues of financialization, speculation with land, climate justice, and all these things. And also, unfortunately, it was just 10 minutes, so you couldn't reflect also on the neighborhood academy and the way how you were gathering people around different issues. Also in the video that you shared with us before this conference, you were saying a lot about wider ecosystem as how we shouldn't create niches, but we should rethink what city really is. You did mention that thanks to the great attention that you managed to gather and support from the civil society organizations, you managed to save your space. But I would like to comment, if you could comment more about the importance of connecting and uniting different struggles. especially in terms of the wider ecosystems and sites of resistance?
I try to keep that short, even though it's a complex issue. So for me, the ongoing pandemic, the corona crisis, is just what we call a dress rehearsal for the crisis to come. And if we talk about mass extinction and climate catastrophe, what we will see in the nearer future, in the next 10, 20 years, the housing issue will just be one problem. And we will have to face a lot of others. But to unite the struggles and to build forms of solidarity, we have to understand that the mechanisms that are destroying the planet, that are destroying habitats, so evicting other humans, but also other plants and animals, that is the same mechanisms. Just one example, the farming around Berlin has seen an increase in prices in land that makes it impossible to do any form of sustainable farming. So they are prone also by international speculation, or also German speculation, to do extremely harmful industrial agriculture with a lot of pesticides, because this is seen as being very productive. But it actually destroys the environment, and it shows it is creating also the same monocultures that were mentioned, that are created in the cities by speculation and financialization. So I think it's extremely important that we grow together the social and ecological fights, because as cities we're taking so much land away from other people to feed our endless hunger for food and materials and energy. So we are the ones evicting the forest and the people in Brazil. We are complicit with Bolsonaro destroying the rainforest, if we want or not. So we have to completely reorganize the way we think a city should work. But I think the housing movement shows us very important lessons in we cannot do this as a leftist niche project. We have to get a lot of people on board for this kind of transformation. And we have to find narratives that shows it is about all of us, and it is about forms of solidarity, and it's also about a better form of life, where we don't do all these bullshit jobs to create growth, to destroy the planet, but where we maybe work less and take more care of the community, of our gardens and forests. So that would be the positive vision. But we have to fight a lot now in the aftermath of the pandemic to create, let's say, a momentum for social ecological change.
I would like to see that change, and I would immediately join that movement, and can't wait to see that starting. And as you said, these giant actors are basically eating. You mentioned the Deutsche Bank, but there is also the Amazon and Google that was in Berlin very active for many years. So we will now move to Jonathan and his presentation, a video presentation about the urban resistance and Amazon trying to kind of change the landscape in different cities in the world. Jonathan Miller, he is an activist turned technologist from New York. He moved to Berlin in 2015, and he is involved with social movements in the streets and the tweets. He is a software developer and co-founder of the Berlin Tech Workers Coalition. When he is not busy organizing, he likes to collect maps and coin memes. He is active within Berlin versus Amazon, a coalition of activists, local initiatives, tech workers, and artists who want to mobilize against Amazon and so-called Amazon Tower in Berlin. So let's see the video contribution, and then we will go back to Jonathan and discuss a bit what we saw.
Hey everyone, I hope all of you are staying safe and healthy during these strange times of Corona. My name is Jonathan Miller. I am based here in Berlin. I'm originally from New York City. I'm an organizer with the Berlin Tech Workers Coalition and a campaign we co-founded, Berlin versus Amazon. The title of my presentation today is Urban Forms of Resistance Against Amazon. And I just want to preface before, due to limited time, I'm going to be focusing on housing and gentrification and city-based forms of resistance. That said, the angle that I'm approaching this topic of Amazon and tech is as a technologist myself and a labor organizer. So I will try to keep this presentation as short as possible so that during the questions and answers, if you have any questions about the climate strikes, the fulfillment centers, labor organizing, I'd be really happy to answer any of those questions. The structure of this talk is we're going to go over 3 topics. 1, what is Amazon? And this is not such a trivial question. 2, why is Amazon harmful? It's really important to remind ourselves. And 3, I'm going to look at 3 different case studies, 3 different cities, Seattle, Berlin, and New York. So I don't want to contribute to the kind of cult of ideologues, but it's almost impossible to talk about Amazon without talking about their founder, Jeff Bezos. Amazon is a $1 trillion company, and their CEO, Jeff Bezos, he's himself alone is worth over $100 billion. Jeff Bezos was born in Bellevue, Washington, the state of Washington, and Amazon was founded, so-called, in a garage in 1994 in Bellevue, Washington. Later, they relocated to Seattle, where their present-day headquarters is. So when people are talking about Amazon, the first image that comes up in most people's minds is it's an online store, a place where you can buy books such as The Big Four. It's a great book, I recommend. Toilet paper during times of Corona, but also electronics, hardware devices. So in short, something like an online store or an e-commerce platform. Amazon has these retail locations, what they call fulfillment centers, where they physically store the goods that go to different people. In total, Amazon has something about 200 fulfillment centers around the world. And I'm going to just show you in the next slide. This is a map from the Good Jobs nonprofit report about Amazon. And what this is looking at, I'm sorry for the image quality, but what it's looking at is where are the fulfillment centers located, and also data distribution centers, picking sites. What they're looking at is the location of these. And what they realize is most of these locations are very close by to strategic spots like highways, airports. And part of this is because Amazon has this service called Amazon Prime, where you can get a product delivered within 2 days. So every second counts. And so Amazon is very strategic in where they place their fulfillment centers. In the case of Germany, which is the largest market for Amazon in Europe, of course, there are fulfillment centers in Germany, notably in Leipzig, but also in neighboring states like Poland. And part of this is a labor project. The minimum wage in Poland is half of what it is in Germany. And so while people living in Poland cannot order from Amazon, they can get a job at Amazon to provide for the market in Germany. And this will be a recurring theme throughout, where we'll see a very kind of parasitic relationship between Amazon and the people who work at Amazon or the people living nearby facilities owned by Amazon. But one thing I want you to think about all of this is, and one thing Amazon realized, a lot of this requires software and technology to figure out where exactly to route these logistic sensitive items, but also software. For example, I'm holding here a Kindle, which is an e-reader. It's a digitized form of the book. And when you go on the website, that requires a lot of processing power to look up images, to stream audio and video more recently. And also hardware devices like Alexa, which you can talk to and it understands your questions and it responds with an answer. And so Amazon in 2006 developed a technology called Amazon Web Services, AWS. AWS is the most profitable company owned by Amazon. And the problems that Amazon had, they realized they could also solve the problems of other companies. So what I'm showing you here is a what's called a cloud center. A cloud center is a room with hundreds, if not thousands, of servers. And on each of those servers, which looks like a little box, on each of those servers, it can contain everything from like copies of videos, photos, audio files, but also software. So when you go on a website like Netflix.com, Netflix doesn't own the servers. They outsource it to Amazon. And so even during times of Corona, when many more people are staying at home and many people are logging online, Amazon is providing that service to Netflix. Other common products that you use that rely on Amazon's AWS include Tinder, so if you're swiping left and right, but also government contractors. The US military, CIA, the German military, many of them are customers of Amazon's cloud computing. About 2-3 years ago, WikiLeaks released the locations of the different data centers with Amazon. And you'll notice their strategic significance. They're all in the US and in Europe. They're near populated cities. And it might be hard to see from the image, but in each of the states or countries, it's not just 1 or 2 data centers, but multiple. So Amazon has a fault tolerant strategy. So if a server or a node is down in one place, it can be the slack can be picked up by a nearby region. So that was a lot in 7 slides. So I will I'll summarize some key takeaways. One is Amazon is an everything store. And I use the phrase everything store. It's from a wonderful book by Brad Stone. Amazon is a monopoly, both in the selling of physical goods in the retail sector, but also in cloud and computing. 30% of all cloud computing online. So 30% of websites you go on, you can think of it that way, they are probably hosted by Amazon. That's a huge chunk. The other competitors of Amazon cloud computing include companies you might be familiar with, like Google, IBM, Microsoft, Alibaba in China. Amazon is heavily distributed, so it's a global enterprise and a global company. And the geographic locations of its facilities, of its cloud centers, is quite sensitive. And this will be interesting when we talk about urban-based forms of resistance. And if this presentation up until this point lacks any nuance, in about 5 minutes, I summarized a $1 trillion corporation, so please bear with me. Again, the question of how is Amazon harmful? It's a tough one because I want to just take a couple of days and just spout out a million different answers. For the purpose of this talk, I'm going to focus on a few recurring themes. Amazon is a bad neighbor, and it's a key driver of gentrification. We will see this more specifically with the New York and Seattle case studies. Amazon is notorious for dodging taxes, and it receives numerous subsidies from the government. So in many cases in the United States, because of corporate tax laws, Amazon is able to apply negative tax rates. So if it can get tax credits from previous years, and then it could apply that to following years. So if you paid more than $1, €1 in taxes, you've paid more taxes than Amazon has. But also they've notoriously lobbied against tax increases, whether on the federal level, on online taxes, or on city level. So Amazon in general is a tax dodger. It is also one of the biggest union busting firms in the world. No matter what country we're talking about, whether it's France, Germany, or the United States, Amazon refuses to negotiate in good faith with worker-led organizations. And like many monopolies, Amazon destroys competition by artificially deflating their prices and then buying up competition and the market share. So Amazon is also very dangerous for within even a capitalist mindset, the ecosystem out there.
Thank you, Jonathan, for super comprehensive presentation. Explaining the harmful effects of this $3 billion giant company. As you said, they are everywhere and they choose their destinations very strategically. They also pose different kind of conditions to the local and state governments, and not only dodging the taxes, but also kind of asking for the personal data about the citizens of different cities. And governments are basically pushed to do these kind of requests. I would like to hear from you. Do you think that is Amazon unstoppable?
All right, let's try.
Okay, now it works.
If there are some technical glitches. So I would be lying if I wasn't worried about this campaign. I ask myself every day, because Amazon is one of the most powerful corporations in the world, and we've never seen such a battle and a struggle like this. At the same time, I think there are many reasons to be optimistic. During the corona epidemic, we're seeing how reliant a society we are on Amazon. We're also seeing many people who are uprising like they haven't before. And I think after this corona epidemic passes through, many cities will be reflecting on the relations with Amazon.
Thank you. You were mentioning the resistance and 3 different cities in your presentation. Are they connected initiatives? And if so, how do other cities get involved?
So in short, yes, these 3 cities are quite interconnected. I selected them in particular because these are 3 cities that are dominated by so-called progressive legislatures: Seattle, Berlin, and New York. You can't get more progressive than that. And at the same time, you're seeing so many of these city Amazon relations where they're subservient to Amazon and they're willing to bend backwards in order to get Amazon in the city. And if it doesn't work in those cities, where can it work? We have, of course, more conservative places like in Northern Virginia, where Amazon is building its military federal facilities. But in these 3 cities, we're also seeing movements that have sprung out, as well as new leadership in the city councils. So in the cases of New York and Seattle, we've seen Kshama Sawant, who's the first socialist alternative city councilwoman, and also Ocasio in New York. And I think that is the future in the United States. Here in Germany, it's an interesting situation because you already are dominated by leftist politics, and starting point, the goalpost is quite different. Amazon is not being offered any kinds of subsidies or any other kind of privatized favors the way they are in the States. That said, right now, the Berlin Senate is raising its hands and saying, there's nothing we can do about this. This is a private transaction between 2 powerful entities, and I think we can expect better of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. We will continue later the discussion about it. Now, I would like to introduce an amazing group called Steal This Poster. So we saw their movie about guerrilla communication and creative vandalism as powerful means against and to hijack kind of consumerist propaganda and against the speculation and different kind of giants, as we saw in the previous 2 presentations. So Steal This Poster is a group of visual artists whose work is mainly focused on subvertising. With their designs, they contributed to the creation of an online archive of political posters free of copyrights called stealthisposter.org, and you should check it. It's really amazing collection, which was recently presented at the Museum of Contemporary Art Macro in Rome. The aim of the archive is to become a network for designers that offer their works to radical political groups. With Special Patrol Group, a collective of subvertisers from London, they took part in several subvertising workshops in many different cities. So, Steal This Poster, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay,
yes.
So good evening, everybody, and thanks for having us. We are the Italian section of stealthisposter.org, and we are now connecting from Rome, even though our project has its birth in the squatting scene of London. In fact, our group is now divided between Italy and United Kingdom. It's 3 of us in the room, including one of our webmaster. We have 1 mic. I will do a quick recap, and then I'll pass the mic to my comrades if you have any questions. So to start, I will try to introduce our work focusing on different aspects from what we previously said in the video. And in order to do it, I will argue 3 main reasons of this project and inspirations guidelines. The first one is maybe the most evident, consists in the complete refusal of the concept of copyrights. In fact, if we agree with the famous first rule of communication by McLuhan, the medium is the message, we can read the whole praxis of subvertising as a way to questioning what is an intellectual property. So for us, this is both a philosophical and political statement, and we have different opinions, of course, but we all agree that it's absolutely unacceptable that certain forms, shapes, combination of colors and of letters are forbidden to be reproduced. It is unacceptable that there are signs standing in front of our eyes without asking for any permissions, and still we cannot consider them as part of our culture. Of course, it's kind of obvious why we can consider them as cultural values, because they are logos of multinationals, and if they would be, let's say, culturalized, they would be automatically and inevitably reinvented by a collective minds. They will become just like folks' masks, and this would be dangerous for the profit of such corporates, because it will be the people owning them and not the CEO or the investors. But let's question this idea for a moment. How does the market value a brand? So I will make an example. For instance, Nike, the Nike value is equivalent to the sum of all the shoes, t-shirts, product, and factories that Nike's own? And the answer is no, because it is way more than that. It is the image that Nike's create, the so-called brand identity, that makes a certain company more valuable than another. But how does the market value that? And here the petty bourgeois common sense finds some new difficulties. It certainly depends on its investment in advertising. It will answer this common sense, but this investment is translated as the visibility that a certain logo gets. So the more a logo is visible, the more it's valuable. But there is a kind of nonsense is this market logic, in my opinion. So to quote, for example, the sociologist Henry Jenkins, if something doesn't spread, it means that it's dead, which means that an image that does not get viral has no value. If like only few people see an image, then it's like no one sees it. So from one hand, copyrights have to protect the interest of the capital, and certainly not the musician, filmmakers, or designers, let's say authors of a certain content. But in order to do it, copyrights declare illegal to reproduce an image in all the circumstances that are not regulated by its owners. So on the other hand, it is restricting the spreadability, to use the word of Jenkins, of a protected content, but this limiting its values, because the value of a brand identity is determined by its visibility. So the capital should encourage its spreadability, and so it does, but it also has to control it. And this decreases its visibility in its value. Like in conclusion to this first point, still this poster is an experiment to highlight this illogical weakness aspect of the market. It is a research on spreadability to challenge the logic of the copyright. And I'm calling it an experiment because even if we aim to change the ads industry, we all know that this industry is already changing by itself, and certainly not because of the action of the subvertisers, but because nowadays our corporation like Google and Facebook, the biggest advertising agency, and they mostly works on another sphere, not in the public space of our streets. However, this is another point, and maybe we don't open now this Pandora box, but certainly we have a big interest in putting our criticism in this creepy evolution. So here is like another good reason to put 1 feet online with an anti-copyright website. So the goal number 2, as you kindly introduced you before, we wanted to create a network to connect volunteers, designers with radical groups that are looking for graphic contents. So we aim to build some bridges between different experience of the same struggle, because we know that confronting gentrification in Berlin or Rome or London, we have different experience, but after all, we are facing same kind of structures. How this came up? Basically, the artists and designers that are featured in our archive in the past years were working as volunteer for many radical groups around London. So there are, for example, Michel Tilitsky and Matt Borner that were doing design for groups such as Extinction Rebellion, Black Lives Matter, and anti-fracking campaigns, or Illustre Feccia, Hogger, and Double Y were in the right to housing movement, squatting in Southeast London, and so they realized designs for anti-raid networks, housing action, Sadek Lambert, and many other collectives. So with this website, we thought to facilitate this kind of connection even abroad. The third goal is a legal protection, because it happens in the past that some of our agents were arrested because they were considered the authors of a subversive poster. In those cases, the arrests happened few days after the action, and the accusal was related to the content of the image, not simply flying postering. So to upload a certain design in free download before an illegal campaign allows to protect the authors. As to say, it is not the author of a certain design that made an action, but someone else, and vice versa. It is not the person who did the action that is spreading a copyrighted image, because the source was somewhere else online. To synthesize this aspect, the law declared that is the medium that firstly spread without permission a copyrighted image, the responsible of the violation, and not a third part that is just reusing it. So these three are generally speaking, our three theoretical line of our project. But we also see in the video focused on the experience of Luce Siesta, how poster design is just one aspect of how creativity can be used in activism. Michel Tilitsky, for example, apart from designing posters, is also working with her group of street theater, using praxis theorized by Augusto Boal, such as theater of the oppressed and theater of the invisible, to denounce and to challenge the power. And we see some of these examples even in the previous video. For example, there was, just to make another example, there was recently in London a really beautiful campaign that also involved Double Y, organized in support and with a collective of sex workers. And the campaign was called We Walk Among You. And it was denouncing the hypocrisy of society towards sex workers, asking for the decriminalization of their work. It consists in an action of subvertising inside the carriages of the underground, and it was featuring choristers and stripteasers. So in conclusion, we see still this poster as a starting point to form a proper think tank, working together to find creative solution against a common oppressor. And it was also the consequence of realizing how the advertising industry was changing that took us to build this archive. We are really interested in the experience of Berlin versus Amazon, for example, and we supposed to take part this year in the hack meeting, which is a national hack meeting happening in Rome this year, but now we don't know exactly when it's going to happen. And we are thinking together with the hack meeting collective about a manifesto to criticize data tracking, because this is what we believe to be the future of, or maybe even the present of the propaganda. So this was my my intervention. I don't know if there are some
Thank you very
questions,
much.
or I can pass
Thank
the
you
mic
very
to
much
my
for
colleague.
your. Yes, I mean, it was amazing and it's really super inspiring. And I like how you structure your presentation. I also think that the video we saw says a lot about your work. I was interested, I mean, how are you choosing with who you work with, how people get to you, and how you is there any kind of criteria with who would you like to work, or it depends on different struggles and with which geographical regions you work with?
This website is kind of a new experience. It has less than a year, just 6 months about. So before that, we were in the squatting scene in London, and unfortunately nowadays it's kind of a small it's not really a crowded scene, so we all know each other. And but after that we decided to build this website, or even to work abroad. And how do we decide? Well, we are an anarchist collective, so we are anti-racist, anti-sexist, and anti-fascist, and anti-capitalist. So if we receive suggestion to cooperate on this basis, is really like that we can find some starting point to discuss together. Yeah.
Thank you. And I find it fascinating using humor to mobilize people. That was something that we were doing a lot in Belgrade, especially with the Don't Let Belgrade Drown movement, which was fighting the privatization of river bank in Belgrade. And we use the yellow duck as a symbol of it, like the one that you use for a tub. So even if you don't kind of create it, it exists everywhere. And suddenly something so naive becomes a symbol of resistance. And I noticed that when I was looking at your video for the first time and your posters and campaigns, I was like, yeah, that's something that totally reminds me of what we were doing. So thank you for your presentation. I think we should open the floor also for you to ask the questions to each other. I think you were inspired by each other talks and presentations. So Marco, I see that you're kind of into asking the questions, or I'm reading your face expression wrongly.
I can start, because I think where I see these different initiatives merge is specifically now the new power of tech companies, which spread over not just data and distribution of commodities, but into real estate. And in a city like Berlin, this is actually a new phenomenon. I mean, we heard a lot about San Francisco or Seattle or New York even. So I think there's a new conglomeration of power that which control property rights on symbols as well as on houses and the logistics of our internet traffic. So I think this is a really new phenomenon in a city like Berlin, and would be interesting how to merge also the struggles in a meaningful way.
Which now actually takes me to a question to Jonathan, which is, how do we move from movement to society? And after Jonathan, maybe still this poster could kind of, since they are merging these different struggles and trying to tackle different issues, could maybe link on that. So Jonathan.
One thing we need to be very clear on is Amazon provides value, and it might not be popular to think about this in activist circles, but Amazon provides value, and as long as they're the only player in town that is able to provide that, we're not going to be able to move forward. And this is, I think, where society can step in. Right now, the alternatives to Amazon look like other mini Amazons, IBM, Microsoft, Alibaba. And I think in the European Union in particular, we have a unique possibility with legislation like GDPR and also values like data sovereignty. I think we have the possibility to make our own alternatives to Amazon. One project I'm excited by in particular is Gaia, which is a project by European Union and the German government to make a cloud offering. The problem right now is it's not looking at it from a value base, but from a more commercial competitor. And so I think there's still a lot of room for improvement there.
Thank you. Still this poster, can you link to this maybe from the perspective of the impact that you generated through your work?
Come again? Sorry, we didn't really hear you.
Sorry, yeah, the question was how can we move from movement to society and how we can unite these struggles so we see that the enemy is much bigger than we actually maybe understand. And I see your collective as the collective who unites different struggles and kind of tries to tackle different topics and different issues, as you said, from gender justice to climate justice, anti-capitalism, and so on. So I would just like to maybe comment a bit from the impact that you generated through your work, how we can spread these struggles and kind of make a stronger front.
You want to answer that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I think we generally don't have an answer to such a difficult question. We are first of all passionate about design and communication, and so of course we have this critical approach to what is propaganda and mass communication. But yes, doing design and share the designs is like our small contribute to this big struggle that had to be of course considered from different parts. So yeah, I think I don't have an answer to.
No, I think it's a difficult question. I mean, I don't have it as well. I wanted to hear from all of you because I think it's something that we should think about and create different and new narratives. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I interrupted you. Go on.
I'll pass the mic to one of my friends.
Thank you.
Okay, hello. Sorry. So, yeah, in this society where images are very, very important, we live, I mean, our lives are like inside images, right? And I think that acting on them, modifying them, distorting them, and especially trying to create alternative ones can be a way to try and act on reality. And it is important not only for the reaction that it generates in the public and the press, because often we see when we tell about what we do that people think it's really important because like the press will talk about it and it creates a hype, and that is important, of course, because it's important that to make people talk about struggles that are often not visible. But it's important, especially for what it creates among the people who are participating in an action or the struggle, because it's an easy and fun way of involving people and to make them feel empowered. Okay, so it's just like it's one of the strategies, and I think it's important that people believe that they can change something. And yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
I don't know if I answered that.
No, yeah, I mean, this reminded me on the campaign before the elections in Spain in 2015-16, Alcadesa, when people were making posters of future mayors in Barcelona and Madrid. And it was kind of self-initiated, self-organized action that was after they both won in Madrid and Barcelona. And in Barcelona, it was the case of a former squatter and housing activist, Ada Colau. They published kind of a book, and then you can see the impact basically just when you gathered all that in one place, and how people actually felt empowered through kind of those illustrations. Yeah. So thank you. I will give now, if you would you like to add something on this?
No, I think no, I think we're okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think we can maybe, I would like to give a word to Tatiana for the introduction to a video contribution that we have from Athens, and then maybe we can reflect a bit longer on the housing struggles and how we fight the power dynamic within that sector.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eva. We have a video contribute from Athens, from Penny Travlu. It's a video about the housing crisis in Athens and also the process of financialization and gentrification. She will speak about how her local activist group ARG, that is Action Against Regeneration and Gentrification, is trying to fight that. And is trying to fight both eviction and also financial speculation, and also fights for the rights of housing of the refugees. And Penny is part of the group ARG, but also the co-director of the Feminist Autonomous Center for Research in Athens. So we thought that was important also to hear from her, since here we're speaking about different city perspectives. And she recorded a video contribute for us that we can show now is 7 minutes. And after that, we will come back for a collective discussion, and I will also read the question from the public. So please, in between, the people that are following the chat, ask questions, because then we can bring to the speakers. So now we leave the floor to Penny.
Hello everyone, my name is Penny Travlu. I'm a geographer and urban theorist based in the University of Edinburgh in UK. But here today, I'm here to speak as a member of the activist group ARG, Action Against Regeneration and Gentrification, based in Athens. We were formed in January 2019, a collective of people, members of the free social space Nosotros, based in Exarchia, individuals and groups interested to discuss, study, and act against regeneration and gentrification that is happening in the neighborhood of Exarchia, which is in the center of Athens and has been known as the leftist enclave in Greece at the moment, and not only. So what we have experienced so far is that since the crisis, things have gone really badly in relation to housing. On the one hand, in the first phase of the crisis, we have a decrease of the property value in around 30%, and we have as well stagnation or a decrease in the rent price. This was until 2015, where with the former government, the leftist, the radical left government of Syriza, we've seen a change on this scene. This is due to the crisis being almost like promoted by foreign media, trying to attract foreign tourists to come to Greece, to Athens, in particular for short breaks. and to be almost nicknamed as the New Berlin, Athens, the New Berlin, an impact or a consequence of the Documenta 14, a very known art festival based in Kassel in Germany, but for the last one I moved to Athens. Learning from Athens was the title. I won't go into detail of what was the situation in relation to Documenta 14, but that definitely created a new area for Athens to be attractive, and the refugee crisis, which attracted a flow of foreign volunteers to come and stay for short periods of time in Athens. So from a decrease of rents and property of the property market, we start experiencing the opposite. From 2013 to 2018, we see a 600% of increase of tourists, of foreign tourists, which translates to 5.5 million in 2018. This changed as well the way tourist accommodation has been provided in the city, with Airbnb platform and other short-let accommodation platforms getting into the game. In 2015, we have 2,000 individual flats being in the platform, and only in 2018, end of 2018, we see 9,500 short-let accommodation being offered in the very center of Athens, with one single housing neighborhood, Koukaki, being named one of the top 5 destinations in Airbnb platform. This had a major impact in the rental market, because those who thought of continuing into long-term rentals decided, quite a lot of them, to increase the rent to almost 30%, and in some cases trying to match the Airbnb monthly rates into long-term rentals. We see as well the influx of foreign investors in the property market, particularly from China, Israel, and Turkey, due to another fact, the golden visa, that offers the opportunity for non-EU citizens to do business and to have a free movement in the Eurozone for 5 years when accessing this particular golden visa, which in Greece costs 250,000 euros, the cheapest in the Eurozone. So this have created a very negative image for the housing. Greece doesn't have really a housing strategy, and really like social housing as in other countries. There is no legislation as well to give you the opportunity to have social or co-housing options. So ARG is here, and during the pandemic, we've seen this situation with housing be maximized. Although the government said that they will try to ensure that there's not going to be evictions. We are seeing evictions of tenants from houses. This has been maximized a lot, and we have obviously as a group we have some demands, and which are as follows: to stop all evictions, to stop paying the utility bills, to immediate closure of refugee camps, the direct application or reappropriation of hotels and being flats and empty buildings for the housing of homeless and those in need and vulnerable groups, decriminalization of housing squads, the suspension of all mortgages, and the suspension of all auctions. So our proposal is to make a series of assemblies across neighborhoods in Athens, and together to try to find solutions, even the use of abandoned building for the immediate housing of those in need. Just an example, a couple of days ago, one of the central and most and the oldest housing squads for refugees was invaded by riot police, where they evicted everyone from there. Those who didn't have papers are in the process of deportation, some of them underage young boys, Those who are in the process of asylum application, they moved to close refugee camps, and those with papers and recognized refugee status, they were throwing homeless on the streets. So with other collectives and activist groups which work around the housing crisis in Greece, and Athens in particular, we're trying to find solutions for these people to house them. So this is in few minutes and the description of where we are in Athens currently with the housing crisis. Thank you.
Great. So I come back with a question from the public. There are some of them, so I read them all to you, and then maybe we can repeat them if they become too much. So the first was for Still This Poster. Have you developed any new action recently related to the coronavirus outbreak? Then there was another that's more of a comment, but people would like to learn things from other places like San Francisco, where the web tech urbanism has led to a really unprecedented gentrification. And then there was another question for Jonathan to know a bit more about the situation in New York and how they were able to fight their Amazon, and also how the fight was successful there, and also tell a bit more about the fight against Google here in Berlin and how that was successful. And for Still This Poster, also people wanted to know more about the current situation of Lucia y Siesta, how did the action go, and how is the situation at the moment for the action that they are experiencing, and the result of your own intervention. And also, Marco, people would like to understand a bit more what does it mean to call Princess Garden a common for ecological transformation. If you could elaborate a bit more on that and share a bit more which kind of practice you created collectively. Do you remember them? So we start with from the first that was Still This Poster. Have you developed any action recently related to the coronavirus outbreak?
Yes, so actually we didn't really create a campaign, also because it was quite complicated, but we designed some posters related to the theme, and they're online, so if anyone wants to check them out or use them, they're very welcome to do so. And
So more generally, for legal reason, still this poster do not claim this advertising action. We use another name, which is Special Patrol Group, which is a fluid, I will say, a fluid group of people that is doing the street intervention. And the posters that my comrade mentioned before, I'll check the headline. We're talking about the rhetoric that was used in England, and they appeared in London. The headline was saying, "It is not a war. There are no trench martyrs. Nationalism is not the cure. It's rhetoric to justify the deaths of health workers who were not supplied with the right PPE, which are the protective." So this one was one of the posters, and the other was also denouncing the cuts on the NHS, which is the national public health system in England. And the headline, the headline will work better with the image, so you can check it online. It was saying a horror film brought to you by years of cuts on public health, and it's layout like a movie posters, and the title of the movie is Cuts. So these were two interventions. Then there was another one that we didn't upload it yet because it's kind of, I have to say, kind of difficult to work on a voluntary basis. We all of us have another life when when we have to work and do other things to survive. So, but yeah, you can find this action on the Facebook page of Special Patrol Group.
Great. So then the other question was people asking about other places like San Francisco, where the web tech urbanism has led to gentrification. So if Jonathan would like to comment about that.
So the situation, or some background context, in November 2018, New York residents found out from Amazon that they were planning on opening up what they called HQ2, their second headquarters, with the promise of 25,000 jobs, as well as in exchange billions of dollars in subsidies for Amazon. And then fast forward February 14th, which is incidentally Valentine's Day in 2019, Amazon announced they were pulling out from HQ2 in New York. And so you had this 3-month period where there was this open question, can we beat this very powerful corporation? And ensure the people of New York did. That said, I think what's quite interesting is Amazon is still in New York and they are still bringing jobs, but without any of the tax subsidies and any of the lucrative deals that they were initially trying to negotiate for. So now Amazon is planning on bringing 2,000 new jobs to New York, high-paying software jobs. This sounds familiar. This is quite similar to what's happening in Berlin. And so it's quite interesting that the victory case, the victory scenario in New York is kind of the existential threats that we're having in Berlin. And part of it is I think they are different cities and have very different contexts. But when we look to the different cities for sources of inspiration, we also need to see where those cities are at. And so I think we need to have these victories, but we also need to be cautious. In the case of the Google campus, it was also another highly symbolic victory. You had this case where Google campus, which was going to be a tech incubator space in Kreuzberg, I think the location was quite symbolic. It is the heart of the anti-gentrification movement. All that said, I think one positive outcome in the Berlin case is we're now seeing an anti-gentrification movement that sees itself not just as a housing movement, but also a tech urbanist movement. And so I think that laid out the groundwork for what a anti-gentrification movement can look like against other tech companies, whether it's Amazon or Zalando, Achilles, and all the others.
Thank you. Then there was one for Marco about the idea of the commons related to Prinzensinen Garten, especially a common as ecological transformation. If you could explain a bit more this concept and what does it mean and which practice you applied on this.
I would try to avoid a little bit the concept of commons, but because it's in itself can mean a lot of things. I will try to, I think Prinzessinnengarten, first of all, is only one of 200 community gardens in Berlin. So it's a quite decentral grassroots practice of transforming urban land into something that is not planned to be part of a city. And what it's doing is these places are showing what people can, how they can co-create the urban environment in a way that is not for profit, in a way that is not bound to specific plannings and functions. So they are so, I think they give people an idea what a good life in the city could look like on a micro level. they come with all sorts of contradictions when it comes to gentrification, making the money to run them, and so on. Temporary uses, highly, always under pressure. But that's what they're doing. I think the same as when we're talking about the politics of the pictures is they're changing the narrative. The commons is becoming a buzzword because I don't believe in urban commons as long as we don't talk about property rights and new forms of properties like community land trusts that actually allow us to build up new forms. But I think what's in Princessigan becomes visible is only, you understand it when you see what's happening if there wouldn't be a garden. Because every other unused land in Berlin was filled with concrete, pretending to be a house, but basically is an asset to extract money from the people working in the city. That's what's going to happen. So these kind of anti-commons, these kinds of extraction models are taking over the city. And Prinzessengarten becomes this kind of small place within this ocean, which is not actually contributing to social ecological change in a material, physical way in terms of producing food. But it's changing the picture. The real change is necessary on a completely different level. I mean, we're talking about a planetary level. We're talking about food production on a planetary level. We're talking about CO2 reduction on a planetary level. But the good thing about this is people get access to a vision and a practice that is showing a possible path. And that's what it does, I think, in the best case.
Thank you. Then to go on, there was the question for still this poster. People wanted to know about the situation of Lucha y Siesta at the moment. How did the action go on? And also, how is then the situation related to the fight against the municipality?
Against the what? The municipality?
The municipality, like the Roman...
Yeah. So... The situation with Lucha y Siesta, we don't know really, because there was the auction. It was 2 days ago, 3 days ago, the 27th, and it's called the public auction, but actually only investors are allowed to get in. So we and the dates, likely the results are not public yet. So we don't know how it went this first auction, but it's a praxis normally in Italy that the first day of auction normally goes how to say unsold. Yes, it's a praxis because then the price of the good decrease of the 25%. So we believe that, as we didn't have any information, we believe that this first day of auction was ended in this way. And then there should be a second day of auction with the new price of the building. And we also don't know when this is going to happen. It can be in 2 weeks or in 1 year. So it's a really tense situation now. It was... I have to say that, for instance, there were seven or eight women in Lucha y Siesta before the coronavirus emergency, but as the mayor thought to evict the building, and of course, because of all the awareness, was impossible for the council to evict the place with 7 women in it. So they first relocated those women. But then when there was the coronavirus emergency, it was also the council itself that it couldn't provides shelter for the emergency, that asked Lucha y Siesta to to provide 4 other beds. So there is this, this really, I have to say, brutal situation in which, from one hand, the mayor and the council in general is relying on this marvelous experience, and on the other hand is really ostracizing it with, completely no sense. And of course, from the video that we showed before, we only took in consideration a really small part of this experience involving creativity. But the experience of Luce y Siesta is way bigger than that, and is made of the anti-violence help desks and a lot of activity that it runs in the neighborhood for years. So I don't know if this answers the question enough.
Thanks. And in between also there is another question that came that I found interesting because opens also the discussion to everybody. And people ask what narrative could help to connect these different fights that are complex already on its own, but also interlinked: land, rent extraction, copyrights, privacy, exploitation. How can we manage to escape our disciplinary boundaries and amplify these struggles? And I think this question is interesting because we have been showing through your practice many different point of views, also through the video of Penny, for example, that maybe if we want, we can comment. So I find it interesting to understand how we can manage to, create this interlink among practices. And also this is an occasion for you to comment on each other. And also, Eva, you can follow up with them on this discussion.
Marco, would you like to start?
Okay.
I mean,
I'm especially pointing out at you because you mentioned commons as a buzzword, and commons is something that became a new narrative that is very used in the last 10 years since Elinor Ostrom received the Nobel Prize, and also different situations were kind of addressing that. But the new narratives that are coming are also, I think a lot about it, are also complicated as well to mobilize people. So we have to simplify them in order to have people understand them and kind of getting on your side. Like commons is something that is almost untranslatable into different language. In East Europe, it is related to communism. So people are kind of freaking out when they hear that. Then we had the concept of municipalism, which is kind of a new politics introduced from the bottom-up initiatives that will change the political and economical sphere. And then again, it's a new concept and so on. So what are the narratives, yes, that could help connect these struggles, but also kind of mobilize wider audience on our side?
I mean, if I start, for me, justice is the word that brings all these fights in a way together, and the right to have a decent life for everyone, which from an ecological perspective includes, of course, the biosphere. But this is complicated. But I think during Corona, at least, there was a glimpse of understanding how much we rely not on the investors, maybe not even on Amazon. I lost the interest in buying stuff altogether because suddenly we realize there's other things out there that take care for our daily survival, like the people who are working in the hospitals, the people who take care of our garbage, the people, especially in Germany, the first time people were talking about migrant workers harvesting our crops. And I saw, and there can be a backlash, of course, a broader discussion or sensitivity of what is reproducing our basic life, and what do we need for a basic life. And it's not the job where we make a lot of money, it's people who take care of our kids. It's a home that is safe. It's a neighborhood where we help each other. And my hope, of course, is that this thin threads of solidarity will be a starting point to deal in another way with the crisis than the last time, which made everything worse.
Jonathan, would you like to reflect on that?
So I think Amazon is a really interesting case because I think it is one of the most intersectional companies. No matter what field you're looking at, Amazon is involved. If you look at the media, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. If you look at labor and retail, that's an obvious case. I think what the challenge is when we're talking to there's two parts. One, when we're talking to different audiences, they don't realize how intersectional Amazon is. So most people, when they think of the Amazon tower, they're thinking about the retail facilities. They're not thinking about the tower as Amazon Web Services and a surveillance mechanism. And similarly, in neighboring regions like in Tübingen, Amazon is primarily funding AI research in universities. So we need to make these movements much more aware of what the other offerings are of Amazon. At the same time, I think it's not just the awareness, but also figuring out what are the contradictions. So two examples that come to mind is the environmental movement and the labor movement. Many times the environmental movement wants to rescind on certain housing projects or construction projects. And labor is saying, but these are unionized jobs, there's no problem. So we also need to be honest about what those contradictions are and figure out how to navigate them. In the case of the Berlin versus Amazon, the most obvious one is there's two camps, people who want to improve conditions, say, for workers at Amazon, and the people who want to abolish Amazon entirely. And I think for the long haul, there's much more overlap, much more commonality than there are differences.
Thank you. I would like to hear also from Still This Poster, and also a bit expand this question. If you could, from your perspective and work that you're doing, can you kind of see the ways we can also fight, especially now with when the social pressure of movements is lost due to the lack of the ability to gather and to organize in person? So what you see. Can you just like can you see the connection between your work and new ways of expression and kind of mobilizing people and narratives that can come after this pandemic situation?
Okay, so about intersectionality and how to unite all the struggles. I think now, obviously, with globalization and with technology making us so close among countries, maybe also like regarding like what we do, that is like communication. I think it would be interesting to try and create some campaigns that are international. I mean, the struggles are international, are global, and so maybe we should try to connect also globally, and maybe take the same themes and spread them in more places possible, but also connected with the local realities. I mean, having people in different cities putting up the same posters about Amazon, for example. You know, that's what I have in mind, and what could be the next step about communication and struggles. Yes. Want to say?
Yeah, I would like to link with what my comrade just says, that we think that probably confronting a big corporation such as Amazon, the only effective possible solution that we see is to work through different nations. So there were already some attempts of confronting the multinationals of internet, And we also just recently saw an interesting attempt by Adbuster, which is a historical group of subvertisers from Canada. They started a group called the Mental Liberation Front, and well, nothing. It's a nice attempt to think about such an issue of big data collectively. So I hope we will be able to come to Berlin soon, even to continue this discussion together. And in real life, it was really good that we and Disruption Lab didn't give up this conference and created this this streaming interaction that was from some aspect. We are not habituated. It's our first time, but also it's really nice that we could share it. That we could share this.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm also happy that I had a chance to meet you and to talk with you. And it would be great to have the opportunity to meet in Berlin, attend your workshop, but also kind of have this discussion in person. As I can see also this kind of, there is a hidden call for action during this conversation, which I really like, and I see a huge potential among the panelists today. So I think we are, we don't have more time. We should wrap up this discussion, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm actually I'm sad that we didn't have Penny, but then it would be like too many panelists on this call, because I think that this video contribution was very important to show how different countries suffered this time of pandemic. Also, how housing stability, safety, and affordability affects the health protection and economic production and different conditions. I like that we tackled the topic of collective ownership, which you showed in your video in Still This Poster and Luce Siesta, as something very important in order to fight privatization and financialization. But Marco, you also mentioned it in the context of commons and as one of the examples is the community land trust. And I also see the potential in different ownership and property relations if we want to protect some sphere of life, including housing. Leilani was saying a lot about how governments are interested in to hear about financialization and to learn about it, but there is a lack of political will and actions towards any kind of solution. And in these conditions, with the huge influx of global investments and Airbnb and all different things, I'm not sure that the current state of mind will provide any other solution instead of people kind of taking everything over and basically creating completely different political, economical, and social orders. And now it became a political speech instead of saying goodbye. I wanted to thank you, everyone, for your amazing contributions and very inspiring work that you're doing. And as I said, I really believe that these kind of self-organized initiatives, formal or informal movements, are basically the main agents of progressive change. And in this globalized world where forces of commodification and capital expansion invade all our societies, this kind of resistance can also multiply and internationally, as you all said, join forces with other struggles so as to become a common counterforce to capitalism.
Thank you very much, Eva. I think that this is a wonderful ending for our these 2 days of discussion that we had. So I would just take the last minute to announce a bit what is happening tomorrow, because we are still going on. Tomorrow at 5 we will have a virtual tour visiting the Invisible with Christoph Trautwetter, and we will speak about the real estate hidden owners that are controlling the city of Berlin. So this is another very important part of how global finance is becoming part of our city landscape and also our private life. And the tour will go on from 5 until 6:30. We will have a virtual tour because unfortunately we could not meet in person. But we are also planning a physical tour later in the fall. Actually, we have already a date of that, will be at the end of August, but tomorrow we will have the possibility to already visit various parts of Berlin through this editorial project that we created together with Christoph, and Christoph will be also live to answer to further questions. And then I also wanted to mention, as you say, that still this poster will come to Berlin. We really want to believe that because we want to have you here. And we are planning the date of the 3rd of September. The idea will be to have a workshop at Supermarkt, the space of Ella Kagel that was speaking at the beginning today, in which we will collectivize the technique of subvertising and plan interesting action to even make it more global. And so I really want to thank all of you because it's been a wonderful panel, Marco, Jonathan, and still this poster. And also I really want to thank the team of the Disruption Lab that have been working for these 2 long days, and we have still 1 day to go, but we are almost there. So I want to mention them. First of all, Lieke Plucher, that is the co-director with me. Then Elena Velianowska and Nada Baker that are working on the production. Jonas Franki on the graphic. Steph Lenk on the communication. Ranav Adhikari on the streaming. And Francesco Mancori has been also with us, helping us with this great light that you see around us. And I also want to remember that the videos of these 2 days, plus also the video contributes of all the speakers, including also the great short film of Still This Poster, will be available through our website on the URL disruptionlab.org/eviction-videos. And we will also write a report of this 2 and 3 days, thanks to the work of Lauren De Carli, that is also helping us with that, is also listening here. So I hope I mentioned them all. So of course, we should also thank our video team that have been working so much for doing these great video contributes that we had. And yes, this is the end of the 2nd day, and really thank to all of you. It was a wonderful panel, and the fight will go on.
Yeah, thank you.